Chapter 889. Saikai Academy is responsible for teaching middle school and high school students. It's one of the few high-class academies in Itagami City. Compared to Itagami City, which is known as the Demon Special District, Saikai Academy is considered a normal academy. There are no beastmen, no vampires, and no other demons. The students here are mostly normal humans. One of the reasons why the term basically was used to describe the academy was because the registered demons wouldn't come here to study. However, some unknown demons could hide their identities and move about in the academy. Although there weren't many examples, it wasn't like there weren't any. The second reason is that the term normal humans is used to describe them. After all, humans like magicians and superhumans with superpowers would not be any different from normal humans on the surface. There was an office in a staff office building in Kaihai Academy High School. It was located on the top floor of this office building with a very broad view. Its location was even higher than that of the headmaster's office of Kaihai Academy. Its interior was also very luxurious. The ground was covered with a thick carpet embroidered with dazzling patterns. Luxurious mats were hung on the wall near the entrance. Each piece of furniture looked like valuable antiques from a long time ago. In addition to the fact that it took up more than half of the entire top floor, anyone who walked in here would probably think that it was the room of a royal family instead of a teacher's office. This luxurious office is Natsuki Nangong's office. Natsuki Nangong is an English teacher in Saikai Academy's high school. She's also an instructor in Itagami City's police force. She's a professional attack magician. Itagami City is a special district for demons. Here, powerful demons can be seen everywhere. Compared to these demons, they are nothing. Normal humans are no doubt the weakest, let alone middle school and high school students. In order to prevent the normal students from being affected by the demon invasion, all educational facilities in Itagami City were strictly regulated, in order to ensure the safety of normal students. Therefore, it's necessary to assign a certain number of attack magicians to the educational facilities. Natsuki Nangong. She's one of Itagami City's attack magicians assigned to Saikai Academy. However, Natsuki Nangong prefers her position as a teacher. To her, teaching is her true profession. Attack magician is just a side job. She's different from her immature and dignified appearance. Natsuki Nangong loves her job as a teacher. It shows how much she loves her students. Even if the student was not taught by her, like Nagisa, who was a student of Saikai Academy Junior High School, she was loved by Natsuki even though Nagisa was older than Natsuki. According to Natsuki Nangong, she's 26 years old this year. 26 years old. Looking at the petite 15-year-old girl sitting on the large luxurious sofa, Wu Yen couldn't keep his cool as he smirked. "Why, you're about the same age as me?" "I couldn't tell." Natsuki looked a bit unhappy. She frowned as she looked at Wu Yen with a surprised look. "You're about the same age as me? Aren't you a demon?" The general vitality of the demon race was much higher than that of humans. Among them, the vampire race was known to be immortal, and their lifespan was almost infinite. Although the average demon race's lifespan was not as long as the vampire race's, it was more than enough for them to live for 100 or 80 years. That's why one can't judge a demon's age by their appearance. Natsuki Nangong thought Wu Yen was at least 40 years old. "What are you surprised about?" Wu Yen couldn't help but ridicule Natsuki Nangong. "If someone like you can be 26 years old, why can't I be a little younger as a demon?" Natsuki Nangong looked at Wu Yen meaningfully. "It's not like I've never seen a young demon before." Natsuki Nangong closed her eyes and sipped her tea. "However, this is the first time I've seen a young devil who possesses such a powerful devil power like yours." The strength of demons was largely related to their age. The longer they lived, the stronger the magic power they stored, and the stronger their strength. Although there was no lack of existences who were born with very powerful magic power, no matter how powerful they were, their innate magic power could not reach Wu Yan's level. With Natsuki's strength, even if she couldn't sense how much mana Wu Yan had, she could still faintly feel it. Just this little bit was enough to surprise her. If Wu Yan was really the same age as her, Then the abilities of this demon who came out of nowhere, Nangong Natyue felt that she seemed to have underestimated this seemingly harmless young devil. Of course, Natsuki Nangong didn't know that unlike the demons in this world who slowly grew their magic power over time, Wu Yen had a method to cultivate his own magic power. Furthermore, it was the best kind of method. In terms of magic power, forget about the demons who have lived for a long time, even the 4 primogenitors in this world might not be able to compare to him. The reason why the true ancestors were so powerful was because they were the oldest vampires. They had lived for the longest time and were immortal. The vast amount of time they had accumulated was the source of their power. Through the long period of time, they had increased their magic power. Coupled with their unlimited life force, their familiars were naturally the most powerful of all vampires. From this point of view, Wu Yen, who can cultivate his own magic power and obtain magic power comparable to the 4 primogenitors in a short period of time, or perhaps even more powerful, was very generous. Then, tell me, what kind of demon are you? Wu Yen blinked when he heard Natsuki's question. He didn't try to hide anything from her. Vampire? Vampire? Natsuki looked at Wu Yen suspiciously. Are you kidding me? Do vampires in their 20s have as much magic power as you? Wu Yen rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to explain and directly used his actions to prove it. Its wine-red eyes instantly turned golden, and sharp but tiny fangs gently extended from its mouth. Seeing Wu Yen use his own bloodline, Nangong Natyue was stunned. She looked at his eyes with surprise. Aren't vampires' eyes really red? Why is yours golden? Well, who knows? Wu Yen withdrew his vampire posture and said jokingly, perhaps it's because of this that I was able to obtain such a large amount of mana at such a young age. Oh? Natsuki narrowed her eyes and took another sip of black tea. Well, let's put it that way for now. But you should be careful, with that amount of mana, your familiar shouldn't be an ordinary creature, right? Don't let it roam around, I don't want to have to catch you. Don't worry, I don't have any familiars. Well, that would be... Natsuki Nangong paused. What did you say? You don't have any familiars? Yeah. Wu Yen admitted it without hesitation. I don't have any familiars. You're joking with me, aren't you? Natsuki Nangong stopped drinking her tea. She seriously suspected that Wu Yen had been toying with her the entire time. A vampire saying that he doesn't have a vampire's strongest trump card, a familiars? But that's the truth. Wu Yen sighed and shrugged. At the very least, I don't have any familiars in my bloodline. You can check if you don't believe me. Natsuki Nangong saw the helpless expression on Wu Yan's face. He didn't look like he was faking it. She underestimated the man in front of her. Chapter 890. Familiars are very important to vampires. Apart from their near-limitless vitality, vampires were considered the weakest among the demons in terms of physical strength and battle prowess. The reason why they were known as the strongest among the demons was due to the powerful vassal beasts that were bred in their blood. Therefore, vampires were the best of the best, and familiars were the best of the best. Once a vampire was born, the first thing they would do would be to summon their familiars from the other world and nurture them in their own blood for their own use. But now, a vampire in his 20s not only possessed tremendous magic power, but he also didn't have a familiar beast. Yet, he was able to single-handedly take on 2 vampires who had summoned their familiars. Originally, the only reason Natsuki Nangong had shown up at such a place was because one of her students was there and something seemed to have happened. Otherwise, as a top-level attack mage, she wouldn't have shown up for something as common as the detection of abnormal mana. Instead, she brought Wu Yen and Nagisa here. It was just a spur-of-the-moment thought of protecting Nagisa. Now, Natsuki Nangong is really interested in the man in front of her. No matter how you look at it, this vampire is different. He is full of mysteries. If possible, Natsuki Nangong would like to unravel all these mysteries. What an incredible vampire! Natsuki Nangong didn't hide her curiosity. Her gem-like eyes stared at Wu Yen as if she wanted to see through him, but she didn't ask. Natsuki Nangong is smart enough to know. He won't tell her the real secret. Wu Yan, on the other hand, felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by this little girl, who is full of charm in all aspects. He picked up the cup of black tea in front of him. He covered his face like he was trying to hide something. Don't look at me like that. I don't have a familiar yet, but I will have one sooner or later. Besides, I'm not a vampire who only relies on familiars. I know some magic. Magic? Nangong Natsuki shook her head. In the demon race, only a very small portion of them knew magic. They were all innately powerful existences, and all of them were well-known figures. However, Natsuki wasn't surprised by Wu Yan's powerful mana. Natsuki turned to Kotori, who had been staring at the door without saying a word, and spoke in a tired tone. Then what kind of demon race are you? Don't confuse me with him. Kotori retorted. I'm a real human. Indeed, Kotori was a human. She only became an elf because she was forcefully stuffed with elf energy. To be more precise, she was a human with elf energy. Moreover, Kotori cared more about her identity as a human. She didn't hate elves, but she didn't like them either. Besides, there are plenty of humans with elf energy in this world. They weren't directly assimilated into elves, they still call themselves humans. Natsuki's expression changed after hearing Kotori's answer. A vampire and a human brother and sister pair? This is really interesting. Kotori pursed her lips and continued staring at the door. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He suddenly remembered something and asked Natsuki. All right, Natsuki, you're an attack mage, right? Can I take that as a stupid question? Nangong Na Yu expressionlessly drank her black tea. She had clearly revealed her identity before. Wu Yan scratched his head in embarrassment and asked in a serious tone. Then, do you have a way to make me an attack mage in Itagami Island? I say, are you really a vampire? Natsuki Nangong felt that she was more surprised today than she had been in the past year. She stood there in a daze. It's strange enough that you don't have a familiar, yet you want to become an attack mage? Don't you know that attack mages specialize in fighting demons? Well. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly and raised his hand weakly. I have my own difficulties as well. You don't have to treat me like a vampire. Nangong Natyue was speechless. She was now certain that the vampire in front of her was not an ordinary vampire. Speaking of which, normal vampires don't have familiars, and they don't want to become an attack mage to deal with their own kind. Natsuki has seen a lot today, and she's learned a lot from her experience. However, it was undeniable that Natsuki Nangong was somewhat interested. Natsuki's blue eyes flashed with a smile that Wu Yan couldn't understand. She leaned back on the sofa and waved her fan at Wu Yan. All right, I'll take care of this for you. Wu Yan was speechless when he heard Natsuki's confident tone. This petite 26-year-old little girl in front of him didn't seem to be an ordinary attack mage since she agreed to such a difficult request so easily. Why did I say, also? Scratching his head in confusion, Wu Yan nodded and said with a smile. Thank you, Natsuki. Natsuki snorted and she turned her head away. She started sipping her tea again. Wu Yan raised his cup and took a sip. He stopped what he was doing and he helplessly put his cup back on the table. What's wrong? Natsuki frowned when she saw Wu Yan's actions. She seemed dissatisfied with Wu Yan's actions. Despite her petite appearance, Natsuki Nangong had an unusual preference for black tea. No, it's nothing. Wu Yan didn't know about Natsuki's hobbies, so he answered honestly. It's just that this black tea doesn't suit my taste. That's true. Kotori also took a sip and frowned. It's worse than the ones you make. In the past, when Natsuki heard such comments, even if she didn't flip out, she wouldn't be in a good mood. But Kotori's last sentence made Natsuki's eyes light up. You know how to make black tea? Just a little bit. Wu Yan took out a few new cups from the tea set. He waved his hand and crimson spatial ripples appeared in his hand. Then, a delicate teapot appeared in his hand. He lifted the teapot. Seeing this, Natsuki's attention shifted away from the teapot. Spatial manipulation? Magic? This is just the effect of the item. Wu Yen poured himself a cup of tea. I know spatial manipulation magic, but I'm not at the level where I can create a space to store items. Oh? I didn't expect you to know the same type of magic as me. Natsuki said nonchalantly. Wu Yen and Kotori understood what she's trying to do. No wonder Natsuki Nangong was able to silently appear behind him. It turned out that she knew spatial manipulation magic. At this time, Nangong Nayu, who had just taken a sip of black tea, was startled. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. What a unique taste, it's not bad. You can have it if you like. Wu Yen generously handed the teapot to Natsuki. I have more if it's not enough, I can make more if I don't have enough. Natsuki nodded with a smile. She looked at Wu Yen with interest. She confirmed a certain plan in her heart. Hey! Suddenly, Kotori turned to the door and said, Don't you want to have a drink? Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the door. What they saw was a girl with a ponytail hiding behind the door with only her head sticking out. However, when Wu Yan's gaze also turned towards her, the girl immediately got startled and hid her head behind the door like a tortoise. Wu Yan felt hurt by Natsuki's actions. He forced a smile and waved at her weakly. Come and have a taste, it's delicious. Natsuki ignored Wu Yan and continued to look at him with fear. This hurt Wu Yan even more. He won't admit to being hated by a girl. Chapter 891. The hierarchy of vampires is very strict. Based on the purity of their bloodline, there is a huge difference in the strength of vampires. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the vampire. On the other hand, vampires with mixed bloodlines are weaker. After all, blood is the most important element in a vampire's body, more important than the brain and heart. Blood is the source of a vampire's magic power, and the medium used to summon familiars. Vampires raise familiars in their blood, sacrificing their life force to drive them into battle, giving them the foundation of their existence. Thus, the purity of a vampire's bloodline is very important. It is directly related to the strength of the vampire's body. As everyone knew, the lifespan of vampires was very long, so long that it was almost infinite. During their long lifespan, they could gradually increase the magic power in their body through survival. They could also absorb the blood of others to obtain more powerful magic power from the blood. Therefore, the longer a vampire lived, the more blood they had sucked and the more powerful magic they gained from the blood. Therefore, in general, those ancient vampires would have more power than young vampires. Of course, it was only in general. A pure-blooded vampire, even if just born, is stronger than a non-pure-blooded vampire who has lived for an unknown amount of time. As the source of their power, the purity of their blood gives them an innate advantage. That kind of advantage isn't something that can be matched by the accumulation of time alone. On the other hand, pure-blooded vampires who have lived for an unknown amount of time have the power of their ancestor, the origin of all vampires. It's even more difficult to match. After a long history, vampires have developed to a certain extent and are recognized by the world. Based on their bloodline and how long they have lived, vampires are divided into 5 ranks. The first rank, Xiongue. They are inferior vampires who can't summon familiars and can't use their power. Vampires' true strength lies in their familiars. Vampires who can't control their familiars are very weak among the demons. Without their familiars, vampires can't even withstand a single blow from demons or even humans. Therefore, Xiongue are the lowest rank of vampires. They have always been despised by pure-blooded vampires. The second level, the younger generation of vampires. They were also the most ordinary of vampires. Their bloodlines weren't pure, and they hadn't existed for long. As a result, their magic power wasn't very abundant, and the familiars they could command weren't very powerful, but they were still far more powerful than the average demon. Even the weakest familiars were more powerful than the latest fighter jets and tanks. Vampires at this level were enough to strike fear into the hearts of the world. The third level, vampires of the old generation. They had lived for a very long time, and the magic power in their bodies was immense. The familiars they commanded had reached a level that couldn't be ignored. A single attack from them was enough to destroy a small village. Some pure-blooded old generation vampires were even more powerful. If left to their own devices, it was not impossible for them to destroy a city. Their existence itself was seen as comparable to an army. One could only imagine how powerful the old generation of vampires were. The fourth rank, Elder. They were the purest vampires, the second-generation vampires only second to the true ancestor. They were acknowledged by the true ancestor and were given a portion of the true ancestor's blood. Although they weren't necessarily the true ancestor's flesh and blood, the true ancestor's blood contained the true ancestor's blood. But because they have the blood of the true ancestor, blood is the source of vampires' magic power, and their power is incomparably powerful. Apart from the true ancestor, they were the most powerful vampires. The final level of vampires was the true ancestor. As the oldest of vampires, and the kings of all other vampires, the true ancestor had the most powerful magic power. Their familiars were powerful enough to destroy an entire empire. Vampires were the strongest of all demons, and the true ancestor was the strongest of all vampires. That was why the true ancestor was publicly recognized as the strongest of all demons. They were truly immortal and lived longer than anyone else. That was why there were so few true ancestors. There were only 4 of them, and only 3 were publicly recognized. If there were more true ancestors, then the ones controlling the world wouldn't be humans, but demons. Among the 5 levels of vampires, there was basically no one who could surpass this limit. It was not that easy to do so. Bloodline was the key. The purer the bloodline, the higher the level of the vampire, and the stronger they would be. It was not impossible for a low-level vampire to be stronger than a high-level vampire, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It wasn't impossible for the younger generation of vampires to quickly gain great power. They only needed to use the method of cannibalism to directly devour vampires who were of a higher level than themselves and steal the magic power from the blood of the higher-level vampires. In other words, they had to steal the bloodline that symbolized the existence and power of other vampires. However, this method wasn't very practical, devouring the blood of stronger vampires. Even if they sucked all of their blood dry, their body would be taken over by the stronger vampires. Then, they would be devoured by the stronger vampires instead. It was very dangerous, unless they were stronger than the vampires themselves, or if the vampires were tired of living and gave their blood to them, they wouldn't succeed. This was the main reason why younger vampires couldn't defeat higher-ranked vampires. Of course, there were exceptions. Just like how there were humans who were born with superpowers like the Overadapters, there were also a small number of vampires who had special abilities that were different from other vampires. If this ability could greatly increase one's strength to the extent of surpassing vampires of a higher level, then the vampires would be able to break through the limit of level. When that happens, it wouldn't be impossible to use the true ancestor's bloodline principle to gain more power, but it's very difficult. Natsuki's guess is that Wu Yen is one of those vampires with special abilities. That's why his pupils changed color when he turned into a vampire. Despite his young age, he already has the magical power of a normal vampire. That's why, when Wu Yen decided to summon his familiar, Natsuki offered to provide the venue. With Wu Yan's magical power, the familiar he summoned would definitely be something special. If something went wrong during his first summon, Aidagami City would be in big trouble. Natsuki had to find a safe place to rest assured. Natsuki didn't know that Wu Yen wasn't a vampire with special abilities. He might be different from the vampires in this world, but he is a primogenite. Natsuki might have made a mistake, but her approach was correct. If the primogenitor's familiar causes a ruckus in Aidagami City, this man-made island would be destroyed. Aidagami City, in an isolated area, Natsuki looked at Wu Yen in amazement. She praised him. You might be a vampire, but to be able to create a barrier of this level, your mastery of magic is much greater than most magicians who think highly of themselves. Well, it's not bad, right? Wu Yen stopped drawing the spell formation and he stopped channeling mana into it. He nodded with a satisfied look. Even though I know how to construct it, This is my first time using it. I'm already at my limit, considering the time it takes to construct it. I don't know if I should be happy or depressed if I still can't stop the familiars with it. If they can't stop the vassal beast, they will have to pay the price of turning Itagami Island upside down. If they can stop the vassal beast, they will have to prove the strength of the barrier and their mastery of magic. Either way, it's something to be happy about. It's no wonder Wu Yen is so conflicted. Alright, you should start as well. Natsuki raised her parasol and looked at the night sky. It's the darkest hour of the night. There's no better time than now for nocturnal creatures like vampires. Wu Yen nodded. He took a deep breath. Golden light began to swirl in his eyes. Chapter 892. Closing his eyes, Wu Yen slowly mobilized the mana in his body. Like water flowing out of a dam, the mana started to burn from slow to fast. Waves of mana started to form on the ground under his feet. Like a whirlpool, it slowly rose into the sky. Not long after, every corner of the whole scene was filled with abnormally dense magic power, blowing smoke and dust as strong as a gust of wind. It was like the scene before a fighter jet took off. There were swirling airflows everywhere, as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was extremely spectacular. This mana. Nangong Natsuya, who has been quietly observing Wu Yen from the side, suddenly changed her expression. Her gem-like eyes slightly narrowed. Her expression was grave and somewhat frightening. Nangong Natsuya knows Wu Yan's mana is enormous, so much so that some old-generation vampires might not be able to match it. But she didn't expect the mana hidden in Wu Yan's body to be so enormous. This was no longer a level that vampires could possess. It wasn't that Natsuya hadn't seen such a powerful mana before. However, because of this calm and powerful attack, mage was a bit frightened. Normally, this would be the case. It is very rare to see such a thing. Looking at Wu Yen, who is bathed in mana, Nangong Natsuya's expression is no longer as calm as before. Instead, it is filled with a strange gravity. Her mouth is muttering something. True ancestor. That's right, Nangong Natsuya has only seen such powerful mana in a true ancestor. This guy. Nangong Natsuya gritted her teeth and coldly snorted. I hope I don't witness the birth of a demon king. On the other side, Wu Yen didn't know what Nangong Natsuya is thinking. His consciousness is connected to the other world where the familiars live. He clenched his fist. He raised it in front of him. Then, Wu Yen started chanting the words that came out of his mouth like he was chanting. With my blood as the guide. Call out your true names. From now on, my life will be devoured by you. With my blood as your foundation. Absorb your power into this body. Follow my command. Summon beasts from other worlds who follow this contract. If you are willing to follow the contract, descend upon me. In the name of Wu Yen. A chant that was as profound as ancient runes echoed clearly in the surroundings. Ignoring the wind that blotted out the sky. He also ignored the roiling magic power. As if it has a form, it moved up and down until the last rune fell. Heaven and earth became silent. Wu Yen lifted his hand and a drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. It defied gravity and floated up. When it reached a height of 10 meters in the air, the drop of blood evaporated into a puff of blood mist and disappeared into thin air. 1. A tiny black dot suddenly appeared at the spot where the blood chi had disappeared. It spun up and spread out like water. Not long after, a spinning black hole appeared in midair. A surge of magic power surged out from within, blowing down and crashing onto the ground like a meteorite. Dong! A suffocating pressure came down like a mountain without any warning. Space seemed to be unable to bear the pressure and let out a wail. At the scene, the gale evolved into a storm and swept in all directions. At the back, Nangong Natsuya could no longer hold up her parasol. She stood on the ground and maintained her posture. Her long black hair was fluttering along with her clothes. She stared at Wu Yen in front of her. Nangong Natyu's face was full of astonishment. What a powerful mana. Is that guy really just a vampire with a special ability? Nangong Natsuya paused as if she sensed something. She raised her head and looked at the black hole in the sky. It's coming. Just as he finished speaking, two beams of light shot out from the black hole that was floating in the air and smashed into the ground. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling, a white flame and a burst of black lightning appeared out of thin air like an explosion and blasted out in all directions. The white flame was like a violent whirlpool. Wherever it passed, whether it was the air current or the ground, it didn't burn or incinerate. Instead, it disappeared as if it never existed and returned to its origin. The black lightning was like a meteor falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, no matter if it was the barrier or the space, everything was shattered in the blink of an eye. Everything was shattered like glass when it came into contact with the lightning. An unknown power acted on the flame and lightning, wreaking havoc. That kind of flame and lightning. I have never seen such a thing before. Nangong Natyu's voice changed a bit. That was the result of her suppressing her impatience. Her eyes were glued to the scene. Nangong Natyue inhaled the air filled with demonic energy. She tightened her grip on the parasol. She saw it. Amidst the white flames and the black lightning, two dragon-like creatures, one black and one white, stood on their feet and gradually condensed into a single entity. The white dragon-like creature was tossing and turning in the white flames. The white flames on its body were like its fur, fluttering along with the fluctuations of the flames. Its entire body was white, but its eyes were blue. Two long whiskers and ribbons of flame slowly fluttered in between the dragon's eyebrows, appearing very elegant. Its arm-like wings spread out on both sides of its body, and in the middle of its wings, there was a pair of sharp dragon claws. A tail made of white flames swayed back like long hair, as if it was preparing to fire some heavy artillery. Inside, wisps of white flames appeared and fell. Every time it went back and forth, there would be sparks accompanying it, spreading in the surrounding space, causing the atmosphere to silently turn into nothingness. Noble. Elegant. The black dragon-like creature was bathed in black lightning. Most of its body was black, but some parts were darker than the rest of its body. It had blood-red eyes and a crown on its head. The joints of its limbs were made of black bones, and there were steel wings on its shoulders that looked like shoulder pads. The base of its wings had the same kind of armor that spread out like a fan or a net. The inner end of the wings had wing spikes. Its arms were like a baseball glove, with a three-clawed black hand inside. On its back, there was a thick tail with spikes that looked like a huge cone. It was humming like an engine. Vaguely, a terrifying destructive force was expanding along with the humming sound, as if it could explode at any time. It was quite terrifying. Domineering. Black and white dragons, black lightning and white flames danced on the platform. They lined up together like two kings with different auras. One is as noble as a god, the other is as domineering as a general. Then, under the witness of the heavens and earth, they merged into Wu Yan's body along with the flames and lightning. Heaven and earth returned to normal. However, the stage was in ruins. The barrier that cost Wu Yan a lot of effort disappeared without him noticing. Fortunately, the power of the black and white dragons didn't spread to the outside world in time to affect Aidagami Island. In the center of the stage, Wu Yan opened his eyes. His golden pupils turned back to a wine-red color. His eyes were filled with joy. It was clear that he liked these two familiars very much. Natsuki quietly watched the happy Wu Yan. A drop of sweat silently slid down her forehead. Natsuki forced a smile. Looks like I've summoned two incredible fellows. Wu Yan turned around when he heard Natsuki's voice. He flashed a big smile. Anyone could see that he was in a good mood. However, Wu Yan soon regretted his decision. Even though the familiars are strong, why are there only two of them? Natsuki glanced at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything and she stayed silent. Only she knew that it wasn't that Wu Yan didn't have the ability to summon more familiars. Perhaps only those two familiars were qualified to respond to his summons. Chapter 893. Now that he has a familiar, Wu Yan found out that familiars don't just have destructive power beyond their level, they also have a lot of other benefits. Vassal beasts are a collection of mana with a will. In other words, the mana is the vassal beasts themselves. Vampires could infuse large amounts of mana into their blood. Even though they needed mana to summon vassal beasts, the mana of the vassal beasts would be amplified by the host's mana when they were first summoned and infused into the host's blood. With a vassal beast, the host's mana will be increased, even if it's only once. In addition, Wu Yan can also release a portion of his vassal beast's power for his own use. That's no ordinary ability. The abilities of the black and white dragons he summoned aren't your average abilities. The white flames and black lightning are a lot scarier than they look. Wu Yan understood the abilities of his two familiars. The flames and lightning aren't real flames and lightning. HM? Wu Yan's expression suddenly changed while he was experiencing his vassal beast's abilities. At the same time, a white flame and a black lightning burst out from his body as if they were out of his control. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, but Wu Yan's face is slightly flushed. It seems like things aren't as simple as they look. Natsuki narrowed her eyes when she saw this. It seems like you aren't able to control your vassal beasts. That strange phenomenon was obviously not Wu Yan's doing. It appeared on its own accord, just like this. It wasn't like Nangong Natyue hadn't seen it before. Her student, who also has a few vassal beasts that can't be ignored, had a similar situation happen to him. It's a phenomenon that happens when a vassal beast isn't under his control. Natsuki furrowed her brows in frustration. Wu Yan's two vassal beasts aren't your average vassal beasts. In terms of mana, might, and abilities, they're even more troublesome than her student. If Wu Yan can't control his two vassal beasts, what's the difference between them and a ticking time bomb? Wu Yan heard Natsuki's words. She blinked her eyes mischievously, and the corners of her mouth curled into a thought-provoking arc. He raised his hands and placed them in front of the confused Nangong Natyue. Immediately after, a ball of white flame and a ball of black lightning shot out from his hands, giving Nangong Natyue a fright. Wu Yan's magic power surged in his hands. The flames and lightning in his hands kept changing. Sometimes, he had fire in his left hand and lightning in his right hand. Sometimes, he had lightning in his left hand and fire in his right hand. He's having a lot of fun with these moves. Natsuki Nangong was stunned. It was rare for her to be in a daze. Didn't you just? Well. Wu Yan tossed the white flames and black lightning in his hands. He said nonchalantly, "It's the first time vassal beasts have appeared in my body. They were making a fuss and I didn't react in time. Now." Wu Yan smiled confidently. "No matter how much they make a fuss, once they enter my body and become mine, they won't be able to escape my control. Yes, the two powerful vassal beasts are a bit disobedient. However, Wu Yan has endless martial training. His mind, technique, and body are one. He can control his own abilities as he pleases. The black and white dragons have become his vassal beasts. There's no way they can escape his control. Vassal beasts have their own consciousness. When they learned of their master's miraculous abilities, they gave up on resisting. They obediently entered Wu Yan's blood and waited for his summons. One had to admit that vassal beasts had perfect consciousnesses. At the very least, they weren't like wild beasts that only relied on their instincts. That was why vassal beasts were so powerful. If they didn't have the heart to control their power, their evaluation of vassal beasts would drop by a few levels at the very least. Of course, it's also why vassal beasts going on a rampage isn't rare. For example, vassal beasts that don't have the ability to control their masters will go on a rampage due to anger or resentment. There aren't many of them. Natsuki's expression changed when she saw Wu Yan's confident expression. She turned to look at the white flame and black lightning in his hand. Her expression turned serious. Natsuki only realized how terrifying they are when she saw them up close. She didn't feel any heat from the white flame or the lightning. However, she could clearly sense a different kind of power. This was especially true for the black lightning. Naitanu felt her heart palpitate when she looked at it. It's not that the black lightning is stronger than the white flame, it's just that Nangong Natyue feels that the black lightning is her natural enemy in a certain way. Natsuki took a deep breath and her expression returned to normal. She returned to her usual dignified self. "Hurry up and put them away. Really, you could have controlled them properly. Natsuki's tone is the same as usual, but Wu Yen detected a hint of anger in her tone. She probably thought Wu Yen was toying with her when she lost control of herself. That's probably why she's pissed off. Don't accuse me wrongly. Wu Yen immediately tried to clear his name. I wasn't toying with you. They really didn't listen to me back then. Nangong Natsuki looked at him in confusion. Why? Well, who knows? Wu Yen wasn't sure either, so he shrugged. Maybe they're like that unlucky student of yours. Because they've never sucked anyone's blood, they don't want to admit that they're real. Wu Yen didn't know that the reason he came up with was a bit off, but it wasn't too far off. He accidentally hit the nail on the head. On the other hand, it was Nangong Natyue who exclaimed in surprise. You said you've never sucked anyone's blood? Is there a problem? Wu Yen felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Natsuki. It's not like I need to suck blood to fill my stomach. I also don't need to absorb mana from other people's blood. Why would I do that? Nangong Na-yu stared blankly for a moment before nodding. Indeed, with your mana, you don't need to drink anyone's blood to replenish it. Natsuki turned around and said to Wu Yen as she walked away. She didn't even look at the ruins. Since we're done with the familiars, come with me to a place. A place? Wu Yen was surprised, but he quickly chased after her. Where are we going? Didn't you want to be an attack mage in Itagami Island? Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen. Yeah. Wu Yen's eyes lit up. Is there no problem? I just mentioned your request to those guys. Nangong Natsuki didn't even turn her head as she said, whether or not I can achieve my goal, I still have to test your ability. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. So you're asking me to go for an interview? That's the gist of it. Natsuki continued. Fortunately, that little girl of yours who I don't know if she's your lover or younger sister took the initiative to send Nagisa back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring you back so quickly. At this point, Nangong Natsuki looked at him with a strange smile that he couldn't understand. She seemed to be in a good mood as she muttered to herself, that's right. Well, I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Wu Yen thought Natsuki was worried about him failing the test. He puffed out his chest confidently. Don't worry. I'll be fine. However, he didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him. Chapter 894. Yua. On a sunny morning, Wu Yen was sleeping in as usual when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. His drowsiness disappeared and he groaned in pain. Reflexively holding his stomach in pain, he groaned as his face contorted in pain. He lifted his head and looked in front of him. The next moment, in his blurred vision, he saw a petite figure standing at the end of the bed with one foot on his stomach. Seeing this scene, as long as one wasn't an idiot, one would be able to guess what the reason was: coterie. Wu Yen clenched his teeth and rubbed his stomach. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. You want to kill your own. Aha! Coterie interrupted Wu Yen with a threatening, ah. Her red eyes were filled with danger. Wu Yen quickly changed his words. You want to kill your own brother? Coterie swung her long red hair in two ponytails. She didn't care and put more force on Wu Yan's stomach. She even twisted it. If I don't do this, who knows what kind of price I'll have to pay to wake you up. Also, you're not my real brother, you're my adopted brother. Coterie blushed as she recalled the treatment she received when she woke Wu Yen up. She continued to stomp on Wu Yan's stomach as if venting her anger. Stop stomping, you're going to throw up last night's dinner. Wu Yen grabbed Coterie's foot and jumped up from the bed. He complained. What do you mean by, what price? It sounds so bad. I just want you to give your dear brother a good morning kiss when he wakes up. Can you use the word, give, to describe it? Coterie clenched her teeth. Please use the word force in front of the word give. What can I do about it? Wu Yen yelled without a hint of remorse. Who told my sister to be so arrogant? If I don't use force, how can there be benefits? Coterie was infuriated. She raised her foot and stomped down mercilessly. Who told you to be arrogant? Who told you to use force? Who told you to use force? Ouch! Wu Yen was kicked 3 times by Coterie. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even make strange sounds. It was as if someone did something to him. Kotori was too embarrassed to continue stomping on his stomach. She jumped off the bed with a blush. "I've decided. I'll use this method to wake you up," Kotori declared as if she was announcing a death sentence. "Kotori," Wu Yen wailed in agony. "How can you do this to your beloved brother? Don't make it sound like I'm a cruel person." Kotori went straight for Wu Yan's dirty heart. "You just want to take advantage of me. You. Wu Yen knew that she wouldn't listen to anything he says, so he snorted. "It's just a morning kiss. We've already done this and that." Kotori glared at Wu Yen and she raised her leg like she was going to kick him. Wu Yen shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. Inside, he was laughing coldly. "The same trick won't work on Saint Seiya. My naive sister. Just you wait until I eat you alive. You'll know what's good for you." Kotori, oblivious to the fact that someone is plotting against her, pulled open the curtains in a practiced manner. Then, she removed the blanket that Wu Yen was about to use to cover her head. "Get up, you lazy vampire." Sigh. Wu Yen sighed. He gave up on the thought of going back to sleep. He slowly got up from his bed. A real vampire wouldn't wake up in the middle of the day. Outside the window, the clear blue skies stretched out endlessly. There was no darkness in the horizon. Far away, the sea at the edge of Aidogami City reflected the sun's rays. For nocturnal vampires, this weather was indeed painful. Even if the other primogenitors were here, they would agree with him. Kotori knew Wu Yen well. She knew what kind of excuse Wu Yen was thinking. She said it with an expressionless face. "No, you're different from other primogenitors. You just want to sleep in." Wu Yen grinned sheepishly after Huali exposed his thoughts. He got out of bed and started tidying up. It's been a few days since they arrived at Aitagami Island. After a few days, Wu Yen and Kotori decided to stay at Natsuki's place for a few nights. Wu Yen and Kotori stayed at Natsuki's place for a few nights. It couldn't be helped, even though Natsuki wasn't as wary of them as she was when they first met, they were still unregistered residents. In this special demon city, it was almost impossible to move around without a proper identity. Even the demons who hadn't landed in Aitagami City had the legal identity of an ordinary citizen. The two of them, on the other hand, were unregistered residents. If Natsuki didn't take them in, they would have to resort to some extreme measures. They would have to go to an impromptu couple's hotel to find a bed. Now, with Natsuki's help, not only did they find a temporary place to stay, with Natsuki's status, it won't be hard for her to help them with the necessary paperwork. In other words, they have a place to stay in Aitagami Island. A few days ago, Wu Yen participated in an attack mage test with Natsuki's recommendation. The results should be out today. Wu Yan's dungeon quest is also progressing smoothly. As for whether or not he passed the test, Wu Yen didn't doubt it. After all, he used space control magic during the test. Space control magic is considered a high-level magic in this world. He heard that Natsuki used this magic to make a name for herself. Therefore, with that kind of performance, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the test. Under Kotori's constant urging, Wu Yen finally tidied up his appearance and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Kotori sat on the sofa with a satisfied look on her face as if she had achieved her goal. Looking at this scene, Wu Yen is a bit suspicious. This girl, she's so eager to wake him up, it can't be that she wants him to cook, right? After some simple yet appetizing breakfast was done, Natsuki also came out of her room like a cat that smelled blood. Surprisingly, he's a good man. After taking a bite of Wu Yan's breakfast, Natsuki gave a 100 out of 100 rating based on her personality. She happily shoveled the food into her mouth. Men like him are rare nowadays. On the side, Kotori nodded in agreement, but her words were merciless. That's the only thing worthy of praise. Wu Yen glared at Kotori before smiling at Natsuki. "Eat more if you like it. We're the ones who are staying here, sorry for the trouble." Natsuki shook her head and said to Wu Yen, "Well, you can stay as long as you want. I won't object." In fact, Natsuki would rather Wu Yen stay here than object to it. Not only can he cook such delicious food, he can also make tea that even Natsuki herself can't find a single flaw in it. If it weren't for the fact that their genders are different, Natsuki would have made Wu Yen her maid. Of course, what she was going to do next wasn't much different from what she had just done. Natsuki's blue eyes stared at Wu Yen with a faint smile. She quickly took out a document and threw it in front of Wu Yen. Regarding your appointment, the higher-ups have issued it. Wu Yen was startled. When he realized what was going on, his spirit shook. He picked up the document and looked at it. His expression changed and he cried out in surprise. What? Chapter 895. What? Like a sudden clap of thunder, a thunderous exclamation reverberated throughout the hall without any warning, scaring Kotori, who was sipping her black tea so much that she almost choked on it. Why are you reacting so strongly? Wu Yen ignored Kotori's complaint. He stared at the document in front of him. His face was even closer to the document than before. He thought he was seeing things because he was too far away. He rubbed his eyes, and when he saw the exact same document, Wu Yen was at a loss. How can this be? Apprentice attack mage? That's right, Wu Yen was appointed as a probationary attack mage, not a professional attack mage in Aidagami City. In other words, the current Wu Yen is still a trainee. He can't be considered an official and he still can't complete the quest 1. Natsuki was also surprised by Wu Yan's reaction. Did you think you're an attack mage just because you passed the test? Natsuki asked in a shocked tone. Ugh. Wu Yen blinked his eyes in confusion. His expression is a bit natural. Is that not the case? Natsuki raised her fan in annoyance. Which company didn't you start as an apprentice? How can you be an attack mage? This is one of the most powerful positions in Aidagami City. If he wants to be an attack mage, there's no doubt about it. Wu Yen is definitely qualified. However, if one wanted to be an attack mage in Aidagami Island, or in other words, an attack mage, strength alone wasn't enough. One had to know how to deal with magical disasters, reflexes, adaptability, and so on. All of these were required. Aidagami Island was a special district for demons. Disasters caused by demons were commonly known as magical disasters. Normally, there was no need to mobilize an attack magician to deal with them. But when an attack magician was needed, these magical disasters would be dealt with. They won't be normal magical disasters. The position of attack mage in Aidagami Island not only required the person to be an attack mage, they also needed to have excellent handling skills. Only then would they be able to deal with magical disasters. They need to guide the security forces in Aidagami City. The title of an apprentice attack mage. It only means that Wu Yen is an attack mage. It doesn't mean that Wu Yen has the ability to become an attack mage. The first mission requires Wu Yen to become an attack mage in Aidagami City. Only when Wu Yen becomes an attack mage will the first mission be completed. Wu Yen tossed the document on the table with a listless face. He asked Natsuki weakly, "What do I have to do to get rid of the word apprentice?" Just like working in a normal company. Natsuki's lips curved upwards. A senior will guide you for a while. When you have the ability to deal with magical disasters on your own, you will be officially appointed as an attack mage in Aidagami City. Senior? Wu Yen had a weird look on his face. He looked at Natsuki with a worried look on his face. He meekly asked, "Then, who is my senpai?" "Senior." In terms of seniority and ability, there is no one higher than me in Aidagami City. Natsuki closed her fan. Wu Yen didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt like Natsuki was proud of herself. Feeling uneasy, Wu Yen laughed dryly. He hesitated for a bit before he helplessly agreed. "Fine, it's better than letting someone I don't know do it. I will leave it to you then, Natsuki. It's just guiding a newbie, it's not my first time." Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. She tapped the cup in front of her with her fan. "Then, make me a cup of black tea first." "What?" Wu Yen couldn't believe his ears. "Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. Is it not clear enough?" Natsuki said as if she was giving him advice out of kindness. "As a newbie, it's necessary to serve tea to a senior who is kind enough to guide you, right?" I think so." Wu Yen looked at Natsuki blankly. But why do I feel like that's not what you meant? Well, don't mind it, don't mind it. Kotori didn't know what to say when she saw how Wu Yen still hasn't recovered from his loss of composure. It's already so obvious, is there still a need to explain? Hurry up and do it. Kotori rolled her eyes at Wu Yen. Cheap servant. Twitching the corner of his mouth, Wu Yen finally understood the situation. Nangong Natsuyu was planning on freeloading off of him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the feeling of being trampled by a bunch of grass mud horses. Squinting his dead fish eyes, he started brewing the black tea. Fortunately, it was just making black tea and cooking. It was no different from what he usually did. If he had to do housework or clean up, he would definitely go crazy. Alright. Natsuki tapped Wu Yan's forehead with her fan. You have to report to Saikai Academy's administration office today. Report? Wu Yen stopped what he was doing. But is there even a need to ask? Natsuki raised her head. As your senior, since I'm an attack mage teacher assigned to Saikai Academy, you're naturally the same. You mean? Wu Yen was stunned. You want me to be a teacher at Saikai Academy? 12 in the afternoon. Don't be late. Natsuki closed her eyes with a smile. You will find that compared to an attack mage, being a teacher is much easier. Wu Yan's mind is in a mess. Aidagami Island, Saikai Academy Middle School Division. Are you the newbie that Natsuki-senpai recommended? Walking down a corridor, a cheerful and pretty girl wearing a cheongsam with her fair thighs exposed, her hair tied up in two buns and her bosom constantly showing off her presence walked towards the class she is in charge of. She kept looking at Wu Yen with a curious gaze, making Wu Yen feel a bit uncomfortable. Her name is Nakazaki. It's a complicated name, but she isn't as simple as she looks. Nakazaki graduated from the same university as Natsuki. Like Natsuki, she is also an attack mage assigned to Saikai Academy. Strictly speaking, she is also Wu Yan's senior. Nakazaki is also the class teacher in charge of one of Saikai Academy's middle school classes. Wu Yan doesn't know what she teaches. Wu Yan only knows that the class he is going to be teaching is under Nakazaki. Yes, after a series of unexpected events that even Wu Yan could not react to, he was now a teacher in the Kaihai Academy Junior High School. To be honest, it was not Wu Yan's first time being a student. After so many years of being ravaged by the Celestial Empire, he had done his best as a student to the point where he almost collapsed. However, this was definitely his first time being a teacher. With Wu Yan's past knowledge, he was simply overestimating himself if he wanted to be a teacher. He had even thrown away all the knowledge he had learned in the past. How could he teach others? If it wasn't for the fact that he was only teaching liberal arts and could rely on his complete memory, ability to memorize, and barely reach the level of teaching, Wu Yen would have lost a lot of face. Even so, he still felt a little helpless. He never thought that he would actually become a teacher one day. Fortunately, he was only teaching junior high school. Yes, Sasazaki-senpai. Although he felt helpless, he still had to greet her. Currently, I'm still a newbie. I'm a trainee attack mage officer led by Natsuki-senpai. Please give me your guidance. Ma. Sasasaki smiled cheerfully. Since you are senior Yu's junior, then you are also my junior. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. I will definitely help you. Is that so? Wu Yen smiled awkwardly. Then I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me. Sasasaki Misaki patted her perky breasts, which almost attracted Wu Yan's attention. Now, I'll bring you to greet the students. Yes. Chapter 896. Aidagami Island, Saikai Academy Junior High School, 3rd grade Class C. There's still some time before class starts. The 3rd grade students in junior high were around 14 or 15 years old. Students at this age were generally still at the age where they liked to play. Before class started, students generally didn't like to stay in the classroom. Even if they stayed in the classroom, they didn't want to stay by the desk. Therefore, the 3rd grade Class C had a rather lively atmosphere. The students were all whispering to each other, excitedly discussing some interesting things. For example, a certain teacher got married, a certain student fell in love, a certain friend caused trouble, a certain senior sister or senior brother made a fool of themselves. Basically, there was everything one could think of. They were all enjoying the leisure time after class. Among them, the most active one was a cute girl with red eyes. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail. She was none other than Xiao Nagisa. In just a short period of time, Xiao Nagisa had already scurried up and down the classroom countless times. As long as the students gathered together to chat, she would find an opportunity to join in the conversation and talk nonstop. She was so active that she didn't seem like a normal junior high school student, but it was hard to dislike her. After all, Xiao Nagisa was also a very cute girl. Nagisa might look like a coward because she was scared in front of Wu Yen the other day. In fact, she is the opposite. She is very lively and cheerful. She was also a member of the cheerleading team. Not only did she have excellent grades, but she was also capable of handling household affairs. She had a personality that was consistent with what she appeared to be. Although she could be particularly scary sometimes when she was angry, and there was no way she could keep a secret, it was impossible to judge her as a coward. Nagisa is also a talkative person. Once she starts talking, she can't stop talking. This also proves that she is very easy to get along with. Her personality is very likable. If she didn't have a phobia of demons, she wouldn't have acted so weak in front of Wu Yen. In front of others, Nagisa is just a cute girl who talks a lot. Perhaps even the students around her were no match for the aggressive Nagisa. In less than 2 minutes after she started talking, the students were already defeated. The students were already sweating profusely as they retreated in defeat. Xiao Nagisa, who still wanted to continue, was very displeased. Her eyes darted around the room. She is looking for someone to talk to. Not long after, she fixed her eyes on a certain seat in the classroom. Her eyes lit up when she saw a girl sitting there. It was a cute girl who looked similar to Xiao Nagisa. She was slightly taller than Xiao Nagisa and had shoulder-length black hair. She looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. She had a delicate face that was slightly more beautiful than Xiao Nagisa's. However, in terms of temperament, she was not as lively as Nagisa. Instead, she was more mature and steady. It was hard to tell that she was actually around the same age as Nagisa. Her name was Yukaina Kimi, and she was a new student who had just transferred to this school not long ago. On the surface, she looked like a cute girl, but in reality, Yukina's identity wasn't as simple as it looked. In this world, there was a non-public organization that specialized in dealing with magical terrorist acts. It specialized in stopping and collecting information on man-made magical disasters and magical terrorists. It was called the Lion King Organization. Yukaina, on the other hand, was an attack mage in the Lion King Organization. To be more precise, she was a sword shaman. She was very proficient in spirit vision and close combat. Her fighting ability was above ordinary demons. If she had the special weapon given to her by the Lion King, even a true ancestor would not be able to ignore her existence. Yukaina Kimi was such a person that people couldn't help but mention. She is here because of the primogeniture. Of course, she is not here because of Wu Yen. Nagisa didn't know about all this. In her eyes, Yukaina was just a new transfer student who needed to interact with her. Even though Yukaina hadn't been here for long, Nagisa's relationship with her was already pretty good. Nagisa, who liked to talk, didn't give up on harassing her good friend. "Hey, Yukina-chan, did you know?" She quickly came to Yukina's side, blinked her big eyes, and said in a very flirtatious tone, "I heard a new teacher is coming today." "New teacher?" Yukaina paused for a second, but she was still attracted by Nagisa's words. "At a time like this?" "Yes." Nagisa excitedly put her hands on Yukina's desk, while her feet floated in the air, swaying back and forth. "I heard it's a new teacher. The previous teacher was supposed to retire, but after the new teacher came, the school allowed him to retire early. It's not a bad thing though. He's already so old and he can't even straighten his back. He coughs in the middle of class. It's not easy for people to adjust to class, but he's interrupted." "Nagisa, I'm starting to wonder if Nagisa's homework will drop because of this. If it does... Wait. Noticing that Nagisa was getting more and more excited, Yukaina hurriedly stopped her. Although she hadn't known Nagisa for a long time, Nagisa's ability to talk was well known in the class. Yukaina had heard of it before, but it was the first time she experienced it for herself, which made her feel a little embarrassed. What about the new teacher? Yukaina reminded her. She wanted Nagisa to get to the point. Oh, a new teacher. Nagisa's interest didn't diminish as she continued. I just found out too. The new teacher is a lot younger than the previous one. I heard that he's only in his 20s. He suddenly came to the school today and was recommended by a teacher in the high school. I don't know who that teacher is, but he seems very powerful. The principal agreed immediately after the recommendation. He didn't even ask about the new teacher's education. Nagisa, I find it very strange. Yusa-chan, do you find it strange too? This time, Yukaina didn't mind Nagisa's rambling. She really did find it strange. As a sword shaman, Yukaina was weak in everything except close combat and astral vision. However, her intuition was surprisingly good. Plus, she had astral vision. She would subconsciously pay attention to things that were out of the ordinary or even dangerous. It is strange. Yukaina muttered. Maybe the new teacher has a special background. Isn't it similar to Yukina-chan in this regard? Nagisa clapped her hands and smiled. Yukina-chan also transferred here out of the blue. The new teacher is the same. Maybe he's someone Yukina-chan knows. How can that be? Yukaina shook her head. She hasn't been in Itagami Island for long. Other than Nagisa, she only knows her mission target. It's impossible for the new teacher to be someone she knows. Nagisa didn't seem to mind as she continued to mumble to herself. I'm looking forward to it. What's the new teacher like? Is he easy to get along with? If he's only in his 20s, he should be able to straighten his back, right? In that case, he shouldn't be coughing during class, right? No, that might not be the case. Maybe the new teacher is someone who gets sick easily. What if he's not healthy? What if he suddenly collapses in class? Also, what if he keeps coughing? Nagisa will have a headache. Nagisa-chan. Yukaina smiled bitterly. She looked at Nagisa who was talking on her desk. She finally understood how painful it is to talk to Nagisa. Yukaina didn't hate Nagisa. Before she came to Itagami Island, she only had one friend. As for family, she's long gone. At the same time, the bell rang, signaling the start of the class. Chapter 897. Wu Yen stood at the door and looked up at the sign with the word 3C. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. It's not that there's any danger inside, it's that he's going to see something unexpected. Even though Wu Yan's intuition isn't very good, it's very useful in certain situations. He stared at the sign with an uncertain expression. He chose to trust his intuition. Standing at the doorway, Wu Yan racked his brain trying to think of all the possibilities. However, it's a futile effort, he bitterly smiled to himself. If he knew this would happen, he would have watched the new anime a few more times. Then he wouldn't be unable to piece together the plot. The only things he could think of were fragmented fragments. It's not useful at all. Sasaki Misaki didn't know that Wu Yen was thinking about so many things in such a short time. She pushed open the door of the classroom and walked in with a swagger. Finally, she managed to pull Wu Yan's attention back to the present situation. Unlike the lively atmosphere after class, all the students were sitting properly in their seats. When the door was pushed open, everyone turned to look at Sasaki Misaki. They seemed to be well behaved, there weren't any troublemakers around. Only a portion of the students vaguely noticed that there was someone standing at the door and immediately looked over curiously. At this time, Misaki Sasaki also stood on the podium and waved at the students with a smile. She looked like a naughty big sister and didn't look like a teacher at all. Today, I'm going to introduce a new teacher to everyone. As expected, it's a new teacher. Nagisa tilted her head in her seat. She laughed, but soon she couldn't laugh anymore. Perhaps it was because they had all received the news that a new teacher would be coming, but no one in the classroom showed any signs of surprise. Instead, they all cast their gazes towards the entrance of the classroom, their eyes filled with anticipation. For normal students, a new teacher or a new transfer student would arouse their curiosity. However, it was easy to arouse their curiosity. The men were looking forward to a beautiful big sister, while the women were looking forward to a handsome big brother. In some ways, their thoughts were very simple, including Nagisa. Thus, she was looking forward to seeing what the new teacher would be like, but now, she was completely stunned. She only had 2 words in her mind when she saw the figure walking in. How is this possible? The students curiously looked at the young teacher who walked into the classroom and began to whisper to each other. What, it's a male teacher? This was a disappointed male student. A male teacher, he doesn't look that good, but his eyes are very pretty. This was a female student who was interested. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yen slowly walked up to the podium and he looked at the students. When he saw Nagisa staring at him in a daze, his heart skipped a beat and he almost face-bombed. His premonition had come true. She wouldn't scream in class, would she? Wu Yen shook his head and laughed. He walked to Misaki Sasasaki. He said loudly, "Hello everyone. My name is Wu Yen. I will be teaching liberal arts for a period of time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Whether it is in class or after class, I will answer them." At this point, Wu Yan's serious face crumbled. He touched his nose embarrassedly. "But if it's about homework, forget it. Even if you ask me, I might not know." Hearing this, all the students present were stunned. Not to mention the students. Even Sasasaki Misaki was stunned. She didn't know what to say to Wu Yen, who didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed when he said that. "You are a teacher." The entire classroom was silent for a moment. Then, loud laughter began to reverberate throughout the entire classroom, showing the mood of the owner of the classroom. "Teacher, are you kidding me?" "I'm not kidding. Back in the day, my grades were terrible. I was scolded by the class teacher many times." Then how did you become a teacher?" "I was forced." Unlike the usual solemn class, the entire class burst into laughter. Nagisa and Yukaina couldn't help but laugh as well. Their laughter was filled with friendliness. That nonsensical opening made the students feel closer to Wu Yen. They didn't feel as reserved as they did at the beginning. One by one, the students started to raise their hands in response to Wu Yan's words. "Teacher, I have a question for you." "Teacher." I say one by one. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. "Remember, don't ask about homework. Teacher. How old are you this year?" 26, almost 27. You're 26? You should be younger. Are you taking care of yourself? I'm not. I was born this way. If you have a good attitude, you won't age so easily. Well, you're all so lively. Don't worry, you won't die so early. We won't die. Teacher, teach us how to take care of ourselves." I said I'm not taking care of myself. "Hey teacher, let's be friends. Don't say anything immoral." "Wah teacher, you're so cute. Over there. Don't tease the teacher." All of a sudden, the sound of laughter spread throughout the 3rd grade floor of Kaihai Academy, along with the interaction between the teacher and the interested students. It even spread to the ears of the other classes, causing many people to be surprised as to why they were laughing so happily. At the same time, they couldn't help but become restless, wanting to know the truth of the matter. Sasasaki looked at Wu Yen, who was joking with the students. Sasasaki glanced at her students and then looked at Wu Yen. She smiled. He's more interesting than I thought. This junior, okay. Wu Yen stopped the students from asking more and more questions. He rolled his eyes. "If you want to chat, let's wait until after class. If you continue, Sasasaki teacher will be angry." "Ma?" Sasasaki giggled. She didn't seem angry at all. It's good to be like this once in a while. At the same time, Yukaina looked at the lively classroom. She looked at Wu Yen in surprise. Yukaina has never seen such an atmosphere in her life. Now that she's experiencing it herself, she felt strange but she didn't hate him. That sensei seems quite interesting. Yukaina smiled after giving the same comment as Sasasaki had. At this moment, Yukaina noticed Nagisa, who was sitting not far from her. Nagisa was hesitant, and she paused for a second. Nagisa is a very lively girl. Yukina's impression of her was that she liked this kind of lively atmosphere. With her personality, she should be interacting with the interesting teacher like the other students. She should be the most enthusiastic one. However, Nagisa's current behavior was completely different from the one Yukaina knew. Yukaina noticed the trace of fear in Nagisa's beautiful eyes. Yukaina was puzzled, but at the same time, she began to ponder. Does Nagisa know that teacher? And she doesn't have a good impression of him? But this teacher seems easy to get along with. Is there a secret behind this? Yukaina didn't know that Nagisa's behavior was already very good. Nagisa has a phobia of demons, so she can't get along with any demons. If it were another demon, she would scream and run out of the classroom like Wu Yan predicted. Nagisa's eyes still had traces of fear, but they weren't as frightened as before. Wu Yan's behavior made Nagisa's curiosity slowly overtake her fear. Chapter 898. On the stage, Wu Yan, who has been paying attention to Nagisa, saw her reaction. He appeared to be interacting with the students normally, but inside, he was feeling helpless. Even though he had mastered all the tactics in the 103,000 books of witchcraft, he still couldn't think of a solution to this phobia of demons, which was similar to male phobia. Although Xiao Nagisa was proficient in all the tactics in the 103,000 books of witchcraft, he still couldn't think of a solution to this phobia of demons. In the final analysis, this phobia of demons was caused by the owner's mental state. Unless Xiao Nagisa thought it through, nobody could solve this phobia of demons. In other words, Nagisa must have been traumatized by something related to the Nephilim in the past. That's why she developed this phobia of the Nephilim. Wu Yan has only known Nagisa for a few days. Logically speaking, there's no reason for him to cure her phobia of the Nephilim. There's no reason for her to accept him either. Nagisa rejected him because of this reason, but he was only slightly hurt. He didn't mind it too much. After all, 90% of guys would be upset if a cute girl hates them. But now, she's one of the students he's responsible for. For some reason, his cheap sister seems to care a lot about Nagisa. When he summoned his familiar, she even took the initiative to send Nagisa home. They seem to be getting along well. Nagisa. She's Kotori's only friend of the same age in Aidagami Island. Even if they aren't close, at least they can get along peacefully, right? Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan glanced at Nagisa, who didn't even dare to look at him. An idea popped up in his mind. Oh right. In front of the whole class, Wu Yan suddenly said something. I didn't come to Kaihai Academy until today, so I'm not familiar with this school and everything here. Usually, teaching is more or less a bit difficult, so I was wondering if I should find someone to act as my assistant and help me out. It's similar to a course representative. Hearing this, Misaki Sasasaki also felt that it was very reasonable and nodded. The students also had no objections and raised their hands in excitement. Sensei, let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. Sensei. Me. It's me. Oh? Sasasaki was surprised to see the whole class raising their hands. It was as if she didn't know her students until today. He's so popular. Teacher Wu Yan. It was no wonder that Misaki Sasasaki was so surprised. Her students were not lifeless, and were even a little lively. However, such a lively scene was very rare. It had to be said that Wu Yan's previous performance was very impressive. It really made these young students have a good impression of him. After all, no matter which student it was impossible to like a teacher who was difficult to get along with. Wu Yan seemed to be shocked as well. He didn't expect himself to be so charming. He didn't even think about it, and he was slightly pleased with himself. However, he also had other plans. I am very happy that so many people are willing to help me. However, this is difficult. It is difficult to choose. He acted as if he was in a difficult situation. His wine-red eyes turned and he looked at Xiao Nagisa. He chuckled. That student over there, why aren't you raising your hand? Wu Yan's speech caused the entire class to look at the stunned Nagisa. They were all shocked and bewildered at the same time. Yeah, why isn't Akatsuki-san raising her hand? That's impossible. Akatsuki-san, she is Akatsuki-san. She is usually the most enthusiastic one at this time. Yeah, that's strange. Nagisa-chan. Yukaino was also surprised. What's going on? For some reason, Nagisa was the center of attention in the class. She didn't know how to react, but when she did, she shrunk her neck in embarrassment and hurriedly shook her head. No. It's not. Xiao Nagisa stuttered. She didn't know what to say. She didn't know how to explain. She couldn't tell everyone that she has a phobia of demons, and that the popular teacher in front of her is actually a demon that hasn't appeared yet. Xiao Nagisa didn't want to reveal that she has a phobia of demons, let alone the fact that her classmates might not believe her. Even though she was afraid of Wu Yan, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Why did he have to drag her down with him? Akatsuki-san. Wu Yan tilted his head and narrowed his eyes with a smile. How about you be my class representative? Xiao Nagisa was stunned again. She exclaimed when she realized what was going on. What's wrong? Wu Yan had expected this reaction, but he still forced a smile. You don't want to? All of the students looked at one another in bewilderment. They were all confused by Xiao Nagisa's intense reaction. Why was the cheerful, easygoing, and warm-hearted Akatsuki acting so strange today? Sensing the strange gazes from the surrounding students, Xiao Nagisa started to panic. No, it's not like that. Xiao Nagisa was anxious because she didn't know how to explain herself. Wu Yan laughed and said to Xiao Nagisa, how about this? If you're willing to help me and be my class representative, I'll give you something good. Something good? The students' attention was drawn. Something good? Xiao Nagisa was stunned. Wu Yan smiled warmly at her. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a big box. Inside the box, there are some piping hot pastries. In the next moment, the aroma of the pastries began to reverberate throughout the entire classroom at an uncontrollable speed. It didn't take long for it to fill every corner of the classroom. When everyone smelled the rich aroma that made them salivate, their spirits were shaken, and their eyes lit up. Don't look at me like that, I'm actually very good at cooking. Wu Yan smirked when he saw everyone's reaction. If you're willing to help me, I'll treat you to some. It's really good. Listening to Wu Yan's words and actions that are akin to teasing a child, the crowd was speechless. He's not a kid, why would he bribe me with food? Yukaina shook her head with a smile, but her eyes didn't move away from the pastries. The smell was too tempting. Xiao Nagisa's heart wavered as she stared at the fragrant pastries. Her sweet and adorable face was extremely conflicted. She wasn't a foodie, but she still liked good food. She was just a little girl. However, the other party was also a demon. If she agreed, wouldn't she have to deal with him often in the future? How was that possible? Xiao Nagisa's eyes never left the pastries. The delicious aroma and her curiosity towards Wu Yan overcame her fear. She nodded. Okay. Wu Yan smiled, he smiled happily. The rest of the students weren't happy. Teacher, you're biased. Yeah, we want some too. You guys. Wu Yan's smile turned bitter. Okay, I still have a lot. The group of students broke into smiles and cheered. Thank you, teacher. Teacher, you're a good person. Don't give me a card. After that, the delicious pastries were distributed to the students one by one. Even Sasasaki Misaki, who was watching from the side, was given some and started eating. Thus, some absurd scenes appeared in the classroom. After all, this is a school, a classroom. What kind of teacher would give food to the students during class? Admittedly, Wu Yan's delicious pastries won the hearts of the students. Yukaina took a bite and let out a satisfied moan. She looked at the pastries in a different light. It's delicious. It's true. Sasasaki and the other students' eyes lit up. It's delicious. Nagisa chewed her desserts faster. At the same time, she snuck a peek at Wu Yen, who is distributing the desserts. Curiosity was the only thing left in her eyes. Chapter 899. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy, Middle School Division, Teacher's Office. Wu Yen shook his head and chuckled when he saw Yukaina and Nagisa hiding behind her awkwardly. "What are you doing?" Yukaina glanced at Nagisa on reflex when she heard Wu Yan's question. Nagisa immediately shook her head at Yukaina as if to say she won't come out. Yukaina had no choice but to explain herself. Wu Yen, sensei. Yukaina averted her eyes and carefully said to Wu Yen, "Nagisa-chan seems to be afraid of you, so she doesn't dare to be alone with you." Wu Yen was taken aback. He glanced at Nagisa, who was looking at him curiously but still hiding behind Yukaina. He sighed. "Well, you're right. Letting Akatsuki bring me around Saikai Academy is a bit too much for her." That. Nagisa also felt that her actions were a little hurtful. She blushed and murmured, "I'm sorry." "Oh." Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You're finally willing to talk to me. This is already a huge improvement." Nagisa blushed even harder. She was even more embarrassed now. Although it was because she had a phobia of demons that she behaved like this. However, it was her fault for being so rude. Not only did Wu Yen not get angry, he even defended her. This made her feel bad. Of course, she was also happy. Ever since she developed her fear of demons, Nagisa couldn't even bear to look at the face of a demon, let alone talk to one. She hasn't interacted with demons for a few years now. Now, she can talk to her sensei, who is a demon. Just like Wu Yen said, this is a huge improvement. Of course, at the end of the day, it's because of Wu Yan's harmless appearance. His kind behavior and the delicious pastries he had given her had left a good impression on Xiao Nagisa, and the curious, cheerful, and lively girl had changed her opinion of him. That was why she was able to improve so much. If it were another demon, Xiao Nagisa wouldn't be able to resist him. Nagisa would probably still be afraid. After all, even Wu Yen, who left a good impression on her, she couldn't be completely unafraid of him, let alone other demons. Yukaina looked at Wu Yen and then at Nagisa. Recalling the conversation between the two of them, she asked, "Could it be? You two already know each other?" Wu Yen blinked and shrugged. "Well, we kind of know each other." Although the process was quite frustrating. Wu Yen stood up and walked out of the office. He waved at Yukaina and Nagisa. "Alright, come with me to the school. I'm curious about what this school has. Like a haunted lab or a dissecting course on beastmen." There's no such thing. Yukaina and Nagisa were frightened by Wu Yan's words. Yukaina and Nagisa screamed in unison. Wu Yan laughed. "Oh." Nagisa finally walked out from behind Yukaina. She stuck her tongue out at Wu Yan's back. "What a bad teacher." Yukaina laughed and shook her head, then pulled Nagisa's hand over. "Let's go. I feel like Wu Yan-sensei will cause trouble if we lose him." "Indeed. He is indeed a teacher that can't be trusted." Xiao Nagisa nodded as if she was telling the truth. "He's interesting, he speaks humorously, he's gentle, he doesn't cough in class, he doesn't bend his back, and he knows how to cook. He's a very nice person." Yukaina was speechless. She glared at Nagisa. "If that teacher is so nice, then why are you so afraid of him?" "There are all kinds of reasons." Nagisa waved her hand and smiled awkwardly. She saw that Yukaina wanted to get to the bottom of this, so she quickly pushed her out of the office. Alright, let's go." "I know, don't push me." Thus, a vampire, a sword sorcerer, and a young girl who had a phobia of demons started to wander around Kaihai Academy, forming a marvelous combination. Saikai Academy is a very normal school, at least it looks that way on the surface. Here, humans are the only ones to learn, unlike the demons in Itagami Island. Along the way, Wu Yen used the system to scan his surroundings. He thought he could find something, he found quite a bit, but most of it was within his expectations. 99% of the students here are normal. Their levels fluctuated between 10 and 10, but most of them are level 0. The ones with levels are those who do sports or join clubs. They're pretty good fighters, just like Chuju, who gained a certain level of strength from being a normal human. This isn't the first time Wu Yen sighed. As expected of a special demon city, even normal humans have a certain level of combat prowess. Although this level of combat prowess is nothing in the eyes of the demons, it doesn't diminish the strength of the humans in Aidogami City. Being able to live together with demons is something to be proud of. Other than that, Wu Yen also noticed that a small number of people in Saikai Academy are above Tier 5. There are even a few Tier 7 existences. This group of people should have a certain level of attack mage skills, have practiced some kind of magic skill, or are natural overachievers. It couldn't be ruled out that they were attack mages hidden in the school, or attack mage officers assigned to Saikai Academy. In short, there are no demons in Saikai Academy, but it's a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, Wu Yen wasn't surprised. Even the Tier 9 Natsuki is a teacher here. It's not hard to guess that there are some special people studying here. What surprised Wu Yen was that Yukaina Kimi isn't a normal student either. Yukaina Kimi, level 69. It was different from the thin and weak figure on the surface. In this thin and weak figure, there was actually a strength as high as the peak of the 7th order. Yukaina doesn't look like a demon, and normal students can't have this kind of strength. So Wu Yen guessed that Yukaina Kimi is also an attack mage. And her background isn't small either. One had to know that when Natsuki took him to participate in the test, he saw many other offensive mages. However, those offensive mages were all around the 6th step. Some of the 7th step ones were in their 70s or 80s. They couldn't compare to Yukaina, a 14-year-old girl who was already at the peak of the 7th step. Although, peak Tier 7 strength is nothing in Wu Yan's eyes. What Wu Yan didn't know is that in the guitar case on Yukina's back, there is a weapon that even he can't ignore. With that weapon, not to mention a peak of the 7th rank, even a peak of the 8th rank or even a peak of the 9th rank would be killed by Yukaina if they weren't careful. Soon, the three of them finished touring the junior high school building. Then, the three of them came to the senior high school building. High school section? Nagisa said excitedly. Nagisa, I rarely come to the high school section. Me too. Yukina's expression changed as she said, but senior should be here, right? Yeah. Nagisa nodded. Kojukuin is here. Kojukuin? Wu Yen paused and turned to look at Nagisa. Kojukuin, is he Akatsuki Koju? Nagisa was startled by Wu Yan's sudden question. She shrunk back. Yes, Kojukuin. He's my brother. Wu Yen blanked out for a moment before he cried out in surprise. You're Akatsuki Koju's sister? Yeah. Nagisa looked at Wu Yen with a bewildered look. Do you know Kojukuin, teacher? Before Wu Yen could answer, another surprised voice came from behind them. Nagisa? Yukaina? Chapter 900. Akatsuki Koju. This isn't the first time Wu Yen heard this name. Even if he's not familiar with the plot, to the point where he's so unfamiliar with the plot that he can't even remember the main character's name, even if he doesn't remember his face. Also, while staying at Natsuki's place, Wu Yen heard her complain about having a troublesome student who could wipe the entire Saikai Academy off the map if he wasn't careful. That student is Akatsuki Koju. Of course, not many people in this world know the name Akatsuki Koju. However, when it comes to Akatsuki Koju's identity, everyone knows who he is. Only one of the 4 true ancestors existed in the legends. It was the 4th true ancestor, whose existence had only been confirmed recently. The 4th primogenitor, the strongest vampire in the world. Even though he's a primogenitor, he's much stronger than the other 3 primogenitors. He controls 12 disaster-level familiars. Any one of them has the power to destroy Aidogami City. He's the most uncontrollable variable in the city. Because of this, Natsuki paid special attention to Akatsuki Koju. Not a day goes by when she doesn't talk about him. After all, Akatsuki Koju is an atomic bomb that could explode at any time. Once the city is gone, Natsuki has to pay attention to him. She also has a headache. Of course, Natsuki's headache has increased from 1 to 2 primogenitors. They're both super powerful vampires, they both have familiars that can destroy Itagami City, and they're both unclassified demons. Wu Yen and Akatsuki Koju are very similar. Natsuki doesn't even know that Wu Yen is also a primogenite. The difference is that as a primogenitor, Wu Yen has already shown his potential. Even though he's still not as strong as the other 3 primogenitors who have lived for God knows how long. But he definitely won't lose to anyone below primogenite. This doesn't even include Ruby Mode and his familiars. In terms of familiars, Wu Yen only has 2, but he won't lose to anyone in terms of familiars, including the true ancestor. As for Koju, he was known as the world's strongest vampire ancestor, but in fact, he wasn't completely. Vampires were powerful because of their familiars. The same was true for the primogenitors, and even more so for the legendary 4th primogenite. The 12 familiars that could rival calamity beasts were definitely at the pinnacle of their kind. The 4th true ancestor was the strongest in the world. But now, none of Xiao Guqing's familiars were under his control, and none of them were willing to listen to his orders. As the 4th ancestor's familiars, they hadn't fully acknowledged Xiao Guqing. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd gained control of one of the familiars a few days ago, Xiao Guqing wouldn't even be able to defeat an ordinary vampire. Wu Yen is qualified to be a true ancestor. Akatsuki Koju, on the other hand, is a half-baked true ancestor. This could be seen from the feedback from the system. Koju? What appeared in front of him was a boy wearing a high school uniform from Saihai Academy. He was wearing a white hooded jacket, and the hair in front of his forehead was the color of a wolf's body hair. It was slightly thin, and his handsome face was filled with laziness as if he was born like this. His eyes were squinting as if he was sleepy. He was about 16 or 17 years old, and there was nothing special about him. He was a high school student that could be seen everywhere. His eyes widened in surprise as if he was surprised to see Nagisa, Yukaina, and Yukaina here. He was even more surprised to see a boy with them. Wu Yen froze when he heard Koju's feedback. This is the first time he's seen someone's level displayed in. What's going on? System, what's with this message? Under Wu Yan's questioning, the system's voice echoed in his mind. User, the system's perception of the target's level is very unstable. It is unable to accurately assess the target's level. The system paused for a moment before continuing. According to the system's analysis, the target has 12 powerful familiars hidden within him, but they are not under the control of the host. If the host can further control these familiars, the target's level will gradually increase. The system cannot determine whether the target has familiars under his control, nor can it determine the number of familiars under his control. Therefore, it cannot determine the target's strength. Wu Yen understood what was going on. To put it simply, Koju was still an incomplete primogenite. The familiars in his body weren't under his control, and each time he gained control of a familiar, his power would greatly increase. When that time came, his level would also greatly increase. In other words, Koju's level would increase as he gained control of the familiars in his body until he gained full control of all 12 familiars. Right now, Koju only had control of one familiar. He had many other disobedient familiars. The system could not determine whether these disobedient familiars were part of Koju's strength or not. Therefore, it could not determine his true level. Even the mysterious system could not do anything to the 4th true ancestor due to his half-baked skills. Wu Yen was speechless. Nagisa and Yukaina also noticed Koju. It's Guqing-kun. Xiao Nagisa looked at her brother and waved at him happily. Kojo-kun. Good morning. Good morning. Koju instinctively replied, but quickly reacted and complained loudly. Now isn't the time to say good morning, is it? Why are you here? This is the high school division. Koju ran over and looked at Wu Yen in confusion. You are? Senpai. Yukaina walked up to Koju and introduced him. He's a new teacher in our class. We're here to show him around the school. I see. Koju nodded in realization. He turned to look at Wu Yen and met eyes with Wu Yen, who has been quietly observing him. Time seemed to have stopped as their gazes met. It was as if only the two of them were left in the world. Everything around them seemed to have disappeared. The two of them just stood there quietly looking at each other. They had actually fallen into an unbelievable state. Koju had a strange feeling as he looked at the figure in front of him. This feeling was similar to when he was in a basketball game. Excitement, fear, joy, and a heavy heart. It's a combination of excitement and danger. It's an indescribable feeling of comfort and nervousness. Inside Koju's body, the blood of a true ancestor flowed faster. His nerves became exceptionally sharp. The terrifying familiars that resided in Koju's blood didn't come out one by one. Instead, they all came out at the same time. That's because the familiars sensed a powerful enemy. Moreover, this powerful enemy was nearby. Koju's heart throbbed more and more intensely as time passed. He could finally sense the strange feeling in his heart. It was the feeling of sensing that a powerful comrade was approaching. The ancestor blood in his body is telling him that there's another existence of the same level in front of him. The strong feeling awakened the familiars. Koju was caught off guard by the sudden ruckus. It was already too late by the time he realized what was going on. Stop. Koju's body suddenly trembled. His expression became ferocious as his pupils slowly turned red. His fangs slowly protruded out and a terrifying demonic power erupted from his body. "Ah, Koju!" he screamed in pain. Chapter 901. Without any warning, Koju let out a painful roar. His whole body seemed to be possessed by something. Even his muscles were faintly twitching. His face was distorted and filled with obvious discomfort. A surge of mana that made Wu Yan's pupils shrink suddenly surged out of Koju's body like a tidal wave. It exploded in all directions, and in just a short time, the mana on his body had expanded to the point where it could blow up the surrounding walls and windows. Wu Yan has never seen such a powerful mana on anyone other than himself. Wu Yan cursed when he saw the magic power spreading in all directions. The glass and walls around him started cracking. He immediately made his move. Pung! Following a firecracker-like sound, Wu Yan's mana was no weaker than Koju's. He moved his feet and a raindrop of light rippled from his body. Then Wu Yan, Koju, Yakaina, and Xiao Nagisa all disappeared from the corridor. All that was left at the scene was a half-cracked corridor that hadn't collapsed in time and shattered glass all over the floor. It was as if a small bomb had just been detonated here. It was an indescribable mess. At the same time, in Saikai Academy. In a classroom. A hedgehog-headed boy with headphones was blasted by the noise from his own headphones. He pulled them out of his ears in discomfort. His face was pale and he couldn't stop panting. Just now, that was Gu Qing. He glanced at the direction of the cracked corridor and glanced at the students in the classroom. Then, he left his seat as if nothing had happened and rushed towards the corridor. That guy, could it be that he's met with some trouble again? Saikai Academy High School, a luxurious office on the top floor. Sitting in front of a spacious desk, Natsuki was enjoying a cup of Wu Yan's black tea she brought from home. She was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. When Koju's mana went berserk, Nayu abruptly stopped what she was doing and a grave expression appeared in her deep blue eyes. Natsuki stood up. She leaned to the side. A similar flash of light rippled from her petite body. He disappeared from the office in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in the hallway where Koju's mana had gone berserk. Two different types of magic? He looked around at the messy surroundings. Nayu narrowed her eyes and then closed them. Looks like Wu Yan's meeting with Koju is the cause of all this trouble. Natsuki sighed as she analyzed the situation. Really, troublesome juniors and troublesome students, both of them are so troublesome. I hope they can solve it themselves. After saying that, Natsuki teleported again and returned to her office. She started to leisurely drink some tea. In Kaihai Academy, almost everyone who sensed the abnormal magic power walked around this corridor until they couldn't find anything or were afraid of being discovered by others. Only then did they reluctantly return to their original positions. 15 minutes later, the situation here was discovered by the ordinary students, who reported it to the school teachers. The entire Saikai Academy fell into a small commotion. In the end, the cracked corridor was covered up with the unconvincing excuse of being in disrepair. Itagami Island, the area where Wu Yen summoned his familiar. A flash of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the junkyard. Then, four figures of different sizes appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, one of the figures burst out with a violent gust of wind mixed with rich magic power, stirring up the deathly silent scene into a mess. Koju's voice was filled with uncontrollable pain. It made the hearts of those who heard it ache, but there was nothing they could do. He was already doing his best, but he still couldn't stop the vassal beasts inside his body from causing a ruckus. For the current Koju, controlling these familiars is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's impossible. As a primogenitor, he's not a primogenite. He can force the familiars in his body to calm down, but when he's attacked by other familiars or suffers serious injuries, they'll instinctively protect him even though they can't be controlled. Since Koju can't control them, the method they use to protect him is too harsh. They'll just cause a ruckus and destroy everything around them. That way, the threat will disappear. However, this time is different. The familiars are causing a ruckus because they ran into a powerful enemy they haven't seen in a long time, one that isn't weaker than them. Others might not know what kind of existence Wu Yen is, but the familiars of a primogenitor are the first to realize that Wu Yen is a primogenite. Thus, the familiars that have been sleeping in Koju's body for a long time got excited and started a rebellion. It's rare for a primogenitor of the same level to appear. The Calamity's avatars wanted to come out and fight. They wanted to vent their frustrations after being asleep for so long. Thus, Koju was dragged into this mess by a group of willful familiars. Along with the roar, a wild storm of mana swept out and filled every corner of the battlefield. Yukaina, who was caught off guard, finally realized what was going on. Senpai! Yukaina was shocked to see Koju's mana go berserk. What's going on? Haha. Yukaina didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think it's because of me. Teacher! Yukaina hurriedly turned to Wu Yen and saw Nagisa, who had fainted in his arms. Her expression changed. Nagisa-chan. Nagisa. Koju looked at Nagisa with difficulty. When he saw her faint, he didn't panic. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. Koju knew that his sister was afraid of demons. That's why he hid his identity as the fourth primogenite. Only a few people knew about it. If his sister knew that her brother was a demon, the consequences would be. Don't worry. Wu Yen seemed to know what the two girls were thinking. He placed Nagisa in Yukina's arms. Akatsuki-san is just under hypnosis, it's nothing serious. Wu Yen smiled at Koju and Yukaina. After all, I'm sure you guys would have a headache if she were to see this, right? Koju looked at Wu Yen gratefully, but he quickly bent over in pain. On the other hand, Yukaina looked at Wu Yen with a serious expression. This teacher actually knows how to teleport magic, and it's so advanced that he was able to teleport the berserk Koju, himself, and Nagisa together. Looking at the scene, it seems to be quite a distance away from Saikai Academy. It seems like he's the reason why Akatsuki went berserk. The new teacher in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Who is he? Yukaina became cautious, but she didn't question him. The most important thing right now is to stop Koju from going berserk. Otherwise, Itagami Island will be in danger. Fortunately, her weapon came in handy in this situation. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Koju's condition changed again. Go back, Koju shouted himself hoarse, but it was clearly useless. Under everyone's gaze, Koju's mana turned into golden lightning. A blood-colored mist floated out of his body. Then, a giant lion wearing golden armor and golden lightning appeared in the air. Roar! The golden lion roared from within the lightning. Jijua Yukina's pupils shrank as she said in a serious tone, word by word. Fourth primogenitor's fifth familiar, lion's gold. Chapter 902. Roar. Koju's eyes were uncontrollably dyed red, and his canine-like teeth protruded from his tightly clenched jaws. His body glowed red as if his skin was being torn apart. However, it wasn't blood, it was the sign of vassal beasts being released. Beep, 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 a dazzling golden-yellow lightning glow swelled, causing the atmosphere to become scorching hot. That glaring light covered the entire place, accompanied by a violent impact, as well as the explosive sound produced by the impact. The concentrated magic energy turned into a destructive thunderstorm. The uncontrollable lightning swept across the ground, and the shockwave turned into a violent storm. Koju's body was completely engulfed by the golden light, and dense thunderbolts were released indiscriminately in the surroundings. It was as if a colorless thundercloud had appeared out of nowhere. Aidogami Island shook as if there was an earthquake. The surrounding ocean also became tsunami-like. Blood, lightning, and indescribable heat and shockwaves followed. The golden lightning lion was like the largest airship, its entire body glowing with golden light. Roar like thunder. The atmosphere shook. Roar. The scattered electric currents spread out in all directions, and the surrounding rocks and rubbish were instantly sent flying. The ground emitted a kacha-kacha sound as it cracked open bit by bit. A real earthquake was nothing more than this. This was the power of the world's strongest vampire, the fourth primogenitor's familiar. Even if Koju wasn't a primogenitor yet, the lion's gold's power couldn't be fully unleashed. However, the destructive power it displayed was enough to be called a primogenitor's familiar. It wasn't a match for a primogenitor's familiar. If Koju fully matured into the fourth primogenitor, it wasn't hard to imagine. Why was the fourth primogenitor the strongest in the world? Lion's gold. Yukaina was a bit confused as she shook her head helplessly. Why did the lion's gold go berserk? Wasn't it already under Senior's control? That's right, the lion's gold. It was the only familiar Koju could control. Because of this. That's why it could show itself. The other familiars. Because they weren't under Koju's control, they could only use Koju's body to release a portion of their power. However, they couldn't fully release their power. Only the lion's gold, which was under Koju's control, could use its host's mana to fully show itself. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned serious as he looked at the majestic lion roaring at the sky. He could clearly sense that the lion's gold's destructive power was at the peak of the 9th stage. In other words, the lion's gold before him could be considered a peak of the 9th stage's attack. Just the destructive power alone didn't mean that Koju was a powerhouse at the peak of the 9th step. Destructive power was destructive power, and strength was strength. The lion's gold could only be used as an all-out attack of a peak 9th step powerhouse. In terms of fighting power, an initial 9th step powerhouse wouldn't be in any danger. After all, as long as he didn't get hit, it was fine. This also means that Wu Yan can't afford to get hit by lion's gold. If he gets hit by the full power of a peak tier 9 fighter, he would be reduced to ashes. However, Wu Yan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. As expected of the vassal beast of the world's strongest vampire. Wu Yan licked his lips in a bloodthirsty manner. He felt like he was about to explode with pride. One day, I will take the title of the world's strongest vampire. Amidst his emotional turmoil, Wu Yan took a deep breath and walked towards the terrifying lightning lion. Sensei! Yukaina exclaimed. It's dangerous here, let me. Don't worry. With his back facing Yukaina, Wu Yan's firm and resolute tone entered Yukina's ears. It's just an incomplete primogenitor's familiar. No matter how destructive it is, it can't hurt me. Sensei. Yukaina flinched. She was stunned by Wu Yan's bold words. Roar. Maybe it heard Wu Yan's disdainful words. Lion's gold roared in anger. It stomped on the air and its huge body turned into a deadly lightning bolt as it charged towards Wu Yan, who was on the ground. It shot out explosively. Shit. Yukaina gritted her teeth. Her face was pale. If the lion's gold landed on the ground, even if Aidogami Island didn't sink, it would turn into an abandoned island. The ripples of magic power and lightning hit Wu Yan. Looking at the lion's gold charging towards him, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. However, his eyes flashed with a cold glint. If you were a complete primogenitor, I would have no choice but to release my familiar. Wu Yan closed his eyes, ignoring Yukaina, who was stunned by his words. But it's just an incomplete primogenite. As soon as he finished speaking, bang! White flames burst out from Wu Yan's body, bursting out from his body. The white flame didn't have the slightest temperature, but as it burned, the space around it started to distort. At the same time, a surge of mana and a sharp sonic boom could be heard. He gently raised his hand, and all the white flames on his body flowed into his hand, condensing into a ball. This level. Wu Yan mumbled as he looked at the lion's gold. That's enough. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, he waved his hand and the white flame turned into a small flame beam. With a trail of white flames, it silently flew past the lightning lion and collided head-on with the lightning lion that couldn't even compare to him. Bang! The flames streaked across the sky like a meteor, distorting the space around it. The white flame pierced the lion's gold between its eyebrows like a needle. Following that, an unbelievable scene appeared. The lion's gold abruptly stopped its dive and roared in pain. Between its brows, a white flame slowly burned, and in the blink of an eye, the flame enveloped the entire lion's gold body. The lightning disappeared, and the golden light dimmed. The golden thunder lion was dyed white, and the golden lightning on its body was replaced by a burning white flame. Under the slow burning of the flame, the lion's gold roared, and slowly disintegrated the lion's gold bit by bit, like a cage trapping a lion. The lion's gold turned into little sparks and gradually dissipated. No matter how hard it struggled, it was of no use. In the end, it completely disappeared along with the white flames. The entire scene returned to silence. Only the lion's roar that was still reverberating in the air was still lingering in the air, indicating what had just happened. Koju retracted all of his mana and laid on the ground, panting. He couldn't get up anymore. The moment the lion's gold disappeared, the other familiars in Koju's body retreated one by one as if they had seen something terrifying. Despite their reluctance, they understood that they were no match for this powerful enemy in their incomplete form. They couldn't even defeat the lion's gold when it was fully released, let alone the familiars who could only release a portion of its power. Calm down. Koju looked at his hand in relief. Then he looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. My familiars, they were defeated by him in one hit. That fire. Jijue Yukina's fine hairs stood straight up as she trembled in fear. Too terrifying. Both of them looked at Wu Yan, who was bathing in the sunlight. Their hearts started to waver. Wu Yan. Who the hell is he? Chapter 903. Itagami Island, Minamiya Natsuki's house. On the table in the hall, small plates of tea and pastries were placed all over the table. The plates of delicious food were like delicately carved ceramics. They were exquisite and pleasing to the eye. In addition, the steam and fragrance wafting from the tea and pastries were enough to make one's heart itch with just a glance. Wu Yan was sitting on a sofa. Xiao Guqing and Yukaina were sitting across from him. Their faces were filled with hesitation and caution. Their eyes were glued to the refreshments on the table. From time to time, they would swallow their saliva. It seems like the temptation of the refreshments was affecting them. However, they didn't make a move. After all, they were in someone else's home, and they were brought here by their mysterious teacher, who had the ability to defeat a true ancestor's familiars with a single strike. Under such circumstances, it was natural for them to be cautious and cautious. As for Nagisa, she was happily sitting on the other side of the sofa. She was excitedly munching on the refreshments on the table. She was enjoying the red tea. Kotori sat beside her and ate with Nagisa. She was used to Wu Yan's cooking, so she wasn't in a rush. The two ignored Wu Yan, Koju, Yukaina, who are stuck in a weird stalemate. They ate like there's no one else around them, and they kept talking. Of course. Nagisa was the one talking and Kotori was the one listening. It seemed that in a short period of time, the relationship between the two had developed quite well. Kotori didn't mind Nagisa's nagging. According to her, compared to the boring meetings in Ratatoskr, Nagisa's words were child's play. Wu Yen couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the two of them looking at the refreshments with a cautious look on their faces. Alright, go ahead and eat if you want. No need to be so reserved. Just treat this as your own house. Xiao Guqing and Yuk Aina were embarrassed. Kotori gave Wu Yen a disdainful look. How can you say something like that? This isn't your house. Wu Yen was embarrassed. He turned his head away. Xiao Guqing and Yuk Aina giggled. Their expressions were much more casual. After hesitating for a moment, the two of them finally couldn't stop themselves from salivating. She reached out to the tea on the table and pretended to be calm as she put it into her mouth and took a bite. Their eyes widened. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious!" Right? It's delicious, right? Before Wu Yen could say anything, Nagisa exclaimed, "This taste. It's perfect. It's much better than Nagisa's." Nagisa was disheartened. "I was confident in my cooking, but now... I'm defeated. As long as you guys like it?" Wu Yen shrugged. "I'm not afraid to tell you guys that my cooking skills were honed under the pressure of a bunch of foodies. It's definitely better than the ones sold in the shops." Kotori snorted and turned her head away to show that she wasn't a foodie. However, her behavior made it seem like she was trying to hide something. Xiao Nagisa and the others were trying hard not to laugh. Akatsuki Koju and Yuk Aina shifted their attention away from the refreshments. They looked at Wu Yen with a hesitant look as if they have something to say. "I know what you're wondering," Wu Yen said. "It's normal that you're curious. I'm not trying to hide it. I'm not a normal teacher. I'm an attack mage." Attack demon official. Koju was startled, but he soon understood. "An attack mage like Natsuki-chan?" Wu Yen nodded and smiled helplessly. "Although I'm just an apprentice." "But..." Yuk Aina looked at Wu Yen with a serious look. "Back then, I remember you said something, if I'm not mistaken, it was release vassal beasts, right?" "That's right." Ignoring Koju and Yukina's shocked expressions, Wu Yen didn't try to hide anything. "I did say that. I may be an attack mage, but I am also a vampire." "Vampires?" Yukina's expression turned strange. "An attack mage vampire is like a pig holding a butcher's knife, so ridiculous that it makes people speechless. Wait. You're saying you're a vampire?" Koju drew a sharp breath as he turned to Nagisa with an urgent expression. Then, "Nagisa. Well, I've been troubled by this as well." Wu Yen smiled bitterly and glanced at Nagisa. "Because I'm a vampire, Katsuki-chan has been avoiding me." "I'm sorry, teacher." Nagisa lowered her head apologetically. Wu Yen waved his hand. "You don't have to take it to heart. I more or less know about your situation. I'm already very happy to be able to sit and eat with me." "Yeah, Nagisa." Xiao Guqing stood up and looked at Nagisa nervously. You know that Wu Yen sensei is a demon, aren't you afraid?" "Koju-kun, don't overreact." Nagisa blushed and pressed Xiao Guqing down. She felt that Xiao Guqing was making a fuss over nothing and was embarrassing her. It was no wonder that Koju had such a huge reaction. He was originally a human, but the former fourth primogenitor had willingly sacrificed himself and used the principle of cannibalism to transfer the fourth primogenitor's bloodline and familiars to him. That was how he became the new fourth primogenitor. It was also because of this that he was unable to control his familiars. He was originally a human, but became the fourth primogenitor because of someone else's charity. Like a nouveau riche, the fourth primogenitor was the most powerful vampire in the world. How could the prideful familiars of the fourth primogenitor acknowledge a nouveau riche as their master? In order to control his familiars, Xiao Guqing had to feed on the blood of powerful spiritualists and sacrifice them to satisfy his familiars. That was the only way he could slowly gain control over them. But for Koju, familiars were secondary. His biggest headache was his sister. He was a vampire and a demon, but his sister had a phobia of demons. He was constantly worried that his identity would be exposed one day, and his sister would leave him because of it. But now, Nagisa didn't seem to be afraid of Wu Yen. How could he not be excited? Actually, I was very scared at first. I was so scared that I couldn't even stand seeing Sensei. Nagisa lowered her head and snuck a peek at Wu Yen. But not only did Wu Yen Sensei not blame me, he tolerated me in many ways. He treated me to delicious food and treated me so gently. It's hard to believe, but Nagisa isn't that scared anymore. Nagisa blushed. That's how she behaved when she said such embarrassing things to herself. I can't get too close to Sensei Wu Yen yet, but I'm no longer afraid of talking to him. That's already good enough. Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh. I believe that if we continue to interact with each other, Akatsuki will gradually get better. At that time, maybe your phobia of demons will be cured without the need for medication. Nagisa nodded resolutely and clenched her fists in excitement. Nagisa will work hard. Then Nagisa. Koju gulped and asked impatiently, then if I become a demon too? Of course not. Xiao Nagisa glared at Xiao Guqing in a coquettish manner. Right now, Nagisa can only stop being afraid of Sensei Wu Yen. If Guqing really becomes a demon, Nagisa will still be afraid. How can this be? Koju lowered his head like he was hurt. He continued with an envious tone. Then why does Wu Yen Sensei get to treat him differently? That's why Nagisa doesn't know. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Plus, Wu Yen Sensei is gentle, he talks funny, he's easy to get along with, and he cooks delicious food. Koju-kun, you need Nagisa to wake you up in the morning. You're so lazy, you can't even compare to Wu Yen Sensei. Every time Nagisa spoke, Koju's body would twitch. In the end, his body would twitch violently and collapse onto the sofa. Wu Yen turned away guiltily, no longer daring to look at Nagisa. Did you love to sleep in? Chapter 904. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. When the bell rang, Wu Yen, who was lecturing in third-year C class, let out a sigh of relief. He gestured to the students. Alright, that's all for today. Don't forget to memorize what you should when you get back. There's only one secret to being a liberal arts student, and that's memorization. Wu Yen sighed as he tidied up the books that were less than 2 centimeters thick. When he was studying in the past, his textbooks were thicker than dictionaries, and that was only one book. It was unlike now, where he could burn books one by one, and they might not last long. In comparison, the students here were blessed beyond belief. Perhaps out of indignation, Wu Yan's lips curled into a smirk. Oh right, there's a test tomorrow, remember to revise tonight. If you fail, I won't let you off so easily. Downstairs, a bunch of students screamed in shock before slumping down on their desks with dispirited expressions. Wu Yen was satisfied when he saw this. No matter where the students are from, exams are the most painful thing to do. This is undeniable. If you have anything to say, just tell Akatsuki classmate, don't come to me. After saying this irresponsibly, Wu Yen walked out of the classroom. The students were furious. Wu Sensei, you're so mean. Yeah, to think I thought he was a good person. Why don't we beg the sensei? Tell him not to take the test. But didn't the sensei tell us not to look for him? Then let's go talk to Akatsuki classmate. Good idea. Therefore, next to Nagisa's desk. Immediately, a large group of classmates rushed over to watch. Akatsuki classmate, help us beg the sensei. Yeah, tests and whatnot are the most annoying. Of course not. Nagisa was overjoyed to see her classmates crowding around her. She began to talk endlessly without even taking a breath. Tests are good too. They can help you understand your current level and where you're lacking. It can also help you learn better. That's right. I heard that testing can improve one's memory. Continuous testing will also help one's thinking. Furthermore, continuous testing can also improve one's writing speed. If one is more focused, one can even write more beautifully. There are so many benefits. Nagisa doesn't like tests, but I don't hate them either. Also, Wu Sensei is easy to talk to, but he's very stubborn in certain areas. Yesterday, in order to buy a phone, Sensei walked to another street. The sun was so bright that I didn't dare to go out. Nagisa didn't know. Wu Yen walked to another street block. His real purpose wasn't to buy a phone. He wanted to buy a lollipop shop. He had no choice. He has a sister who loves to eat lollipops. Her lollipops are running out. Without lollipops to keep her company, she's capable of doing anything. That's not the most important thing. Liking lollipops is fine, but liking only one brand of lollipops is too much. Since he doesn't know if there's a lollipop in this world, Wu Yen decided to take one step at a time. Otherwise, he might as well teleport and return home to enjoy the air conditioner. Why would he need to sunbathe in the sun at this point? It had to be said that it was a mistake for these students to talk to Nagisa. Under the bombardment of Nagisa's words, the students went from pleading for her to pleading for themselves, sweating profusely. In the end, they were still muddle-headed. If words were a type of power, Nagisa would be a god tier, no, a super god tier. Nagisa was reluctant to leave the classroom, and Yukaina couldn't help but smile bitterly as she watched the students scramble out of the classroom. Nagisa-chan, let's go find Wu Sensei, we still have to help him. Hearing this, Nagisa paused for a moment. Then, as if she remembered something, she jumped up with a cry. All right, we still have to help him move. Before she could finish, Nagisa grabbed Yukina's hand and ran out of the classroom. Yukina-chan, hurry up. It won't be good if we're late. I know. Yukaina smiled bitterly and sighed. She could only let Nagisa drag her out. In a place not far from Kaihai Academy, there was an apartment. This was the apartment where Xiao Guqing, Xiao Nagisa, and Yukaina lived. Xiao Guqing and Xiao Nagisa lived in room 704, while Yukaina lived in room 705. This was not a coincidence. Yukaina had purposely arranged it. Yukaina was a sword shaman of Lion Organization. She came to Itagami City to keep an eye on the fourth primogenitor, Xiao Guqing. The power of a true ancestor was too great. As long as a true ancestor made a move and released a familiar to cause trouble, it would be no different from a disaster or even a war. Koju was a true ancestor, so the Lion King organization, which specialized in dealing with magical disasters, naturally had to keep an eye on him. At least, that was the reason on the surface. Since the first day she arrived at Itagami Island, Yukaina has turned into an unqualified stalker. She followed Koju around and lived in the same place as him. Today, someone they were familiar with would be staying here once again. Sensei, Kodori-chan. Nagisa, Yukaina, and Koju saw Wu Yen and Kodori standing in front of the apartment building. The three of them hastened their steps as they ran over. Too slow, Nagisa. Kodori reprimanded. We've been waiting here for almost 30 minutes. Sorry. Nagisa put her palms together and apologized mischievously. I was having too much fun chatting with my classmates in class and forgot. Please forgive me. You didn't have to come here in person. Wu Yen shook his head helplessly. Even though we're moving, the furniture company will deliver it to us. We don't even need to move things, we can just use space magic. Why go through so much trouble? No way. Of course not. Nagisa leaned forward with arms akimbo. Even if you don't need our help, we still want to go in with you. I didn't even know Yukina-chan was moving in. If I knew, I would have witnessed her move in. Witness what? Kotori laughed dryly. That's a little too much. Yes. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Anyways, we're all neighbors, we have to help each other. Yes. Everyone nodded helplessly. Then Wu Yen led them upstairs. The reason they moved here is because of Kotori. Not long ago, Kotori and Yukaina were accidentally involved in an incident that was extremely dangerous to Itagami Island. In the end, Koju and Yukaina intervened and solved the problem. Koju successfully took control of his first familiar, Lion's Gold, and rescued an artificial life form with nothing in it. And now, this artificial life form was adopted by Nayu. Just yesterday, it moved into Nayu's home. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that this artificial life girl named Asterudi, whether it was intentional or natural, was always naked when she came out of the bathroom or room, whether she was taking a bath or sleeping. She often ran around naked. How can anyone stand this? Even if Wu Yen is willing, Kotori and Natsuki won't be. However, Astrudy has been lectured countless times by the others, but she's still stubborn. Left with no choice, Wu Yen decided to move out with Kotori. Natsuki is regretful that Wu Yen no longer cooks for her and makes her tea. Wu Yen mentioned this to Nagisa and Yukaina when they were at school. Nagisa said they can move in. As a result, today's incident happened. Chapter 905. Wu Yen and Kotori are living in room 703. It's only one wall away from Koju's house and one room away from Yukina's house. Wu Yan's house was the only place where he lived in date battle. In the other worlds, he lived in either a mansion or a large luxurious apartment. If it wasn't for Nagisa's invitation, Wu Yan would have bought a mansion even more luxurious than Natsuki's house. The house in this apartment was not very spacious, but there was no problem with 3 or 4 people living in it. In the case of only 2 people living in it, this ordinary house had no shortcomings. The only drawback was that it was a little high, but there was an elevator, so it did not matter. All right. After moving the last piece of furniture to its rightful place, Wu Yen clapped his hands and turned to everyone. Thank you for coming today. If you have time in the future, feel free to come over for dinner. Of course, I'll cook for you. Nagisa, Yukaina, and Koju's eyes lit up when they heard Wu Yan's words. They coughed and they nodded while pretending to be serious. Wu Yen and Kotori almost flipped over with laughter. Then we'll head back first. Nagisa waved at the two and said in a cheerful tone, I'll hold a welcome party for you, but sensei, you'll have to cook. How can you hold a welcome party and ask someone to cook for you? Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, forget about the welcome party. It's getting late and we won't be able to make it in time for dinner if we hold a welcome party. Come to my place for a meal tomorrow. Consider it a relocation banquet. You're right. Yukaina looked out the window. The sky is still dark, but it's starting to get dark. It won't be long before night falls. Aidagami City is like summer all year round. Usually, the night would come very slowly and the night would be very short. At this time, it was almost time to take a bath and sleep. Is that so? Nagisa was a bit disappointed, but she pulled herself together. Remember to cook a big meal tomorrow. I know. Wu Yen shook his head and gave Nagisa a teasing look. I just hope you won't be afraid to eat with me at the same table. I won't. Nagisa blushed and glared at Wu Yen. She looks like a puppy less than a month old baring its fangs at its owner. It's cute. Nagisa, it's time to go back. Koju saw the interaction between Wu Yen and Nagisa and quickly stepped forward. He pulled Nagisa's clothes and urged her to leave. There was a trace of jealousy in his eyes and he looked at Wu Yen with caution. Nagisa didn't notice anything. Wu Yen and Yukaina saw the look in Koju's eyes and they exchanged a look. They were speechless. Senpai, he's a siscon. Yukaina whispered and caught Koju's attention. Yukaina, did you say something just now? You were too quiet, I didn't hear. No. Yukaina shook her head and smiled awkwardly. Nothing. Oh. Koju looked at Yukaina suspiciously and said goodbye to Wu Yen with Nagisa. Then we're going back. Bye-bye. Sensei. Kotori-chan too. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Waving goodbye to the trio, Wu Yen watched them return to their own homes before closing the door with a chuckle. Koju, I didn't think he was a siscon. It's not that I can't understand. Kotori tore open her newly bought treasure and put it in her mouth. Nagisa is so cute. If I were her brother, I wouldn't want to marry her off. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and put on a fake smile. I didn't think your relationship with Nagisa would improve so much in just a few days. Kotori glanced at Wu Yen and narrowed her red eyes. You're the same. A few days ago, you were Akatsuki classmate and now you're calling her Nagisa so intimately. Calling someone by their name is a way to improve their relationship. Wu Yen smiled and teased. Isn't that right? Kotori, Kotori felt a chill down her spine when she heard Wu Yen calling her Nagisa. She shuddered and glared at Wu Yen. I don't care what you say, don't use that disgusting tone with me. Wu Yen sighed and changed his tone to one of melancholy. Kotori is cuter when she's in her little sister mode. Wu Yen sensed a sharp gaze on him. He looked over and saw Kotori gritting her teeth as she turned her head away. She's a tsundere little sister. Don't call her tsundere. Kotori glared at Wu Yen and stopped talking. She sat on the sofa and sulked. Wu Yen rolled his eyes in amusement. He walked over to Kotori and sat down beside her. The moment he sat down, he heard a soft snort. Then he heard something else. Stay away from me, seriously. Hey, Kotori. Wu Yen cut her off and looked up at the ceiling. When was the last time you were alone like this? Kotori was taken aback. Her angry expression disappeared. She lowered her head and said softly, when you left that world. The night Wu Yen bade farewell to Kotori was the only person he said his goodbyes to. That was also the last time the two of them were able to spend time together in peace like this. When I left that world. Wu Yan's pupils dilated as if he was reminiscing about the past. It's already been so long. It's been more than 3 years, that's you. Kotori couldn't help but blurt out. You spent 3 years in another dungeon when you were on a compulsory mission, but I spent less than a month here. Is that so? Wu Yen smiled bitterly. That's so unfair. It's not unfair at all. Kotori raised her voice slightly before lowering it again. Even if you spent more time than I did, but I miss you, Oniai-chan, just as much as you do. Of course, Kotori didn't say that out loud. Wu Yen didn't use any mind-reading jutsu on her. However, he somehow heard Kotori's voice. He looked at her and he rubbed her little head that's covered by a black headband. Thank you for your hard work. Kotori turned her head away awkwardly. If you're talking about taking me away from that world, there's no need for that. I don't think it's hard work, in fact. I'm happy. Is that so? Wu Yen grinned and he whispered something that made Kotori flustered. Then, why don't you give yourself to me today? WBW, what are you talking about? Kotori jumped up, her face flushed red, but Wu Yen quickly caught her. She lost her balance and fell into Wu Yan's arms. Ah! Kotori screamed, and before she could react, Wu Yen picked her up in a princess carry. Let go! Kotori yelled with her face flushed red. She struggled with all her might, her heart thumping wildly. That won't do. Wu Yen chuckled. You won't be able to escape today. If you try to escape, I'll take off your headband. No! Kotori let out a reflexive shout before lowering her head with a reddened face. However, she no longer struggled. If it's not me now. I can't. I cry easily when I'm white. I know. Wu Yen whispered into Kotori's ear again. So tonight, it's Commander Mode Kotori's turn. Kotori opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but Wu Yen sealed her mouth. Wu. Kotori widened her eyes. Her eyes were wet. She looked at Wu Yan's face that was inches away from hers and closed her eyes. Not long after, their clothes fell to the ground. Night fell. Chapter 906. Compared to daytime, Aidagami City's nighttime is short. Therefore, the morning came very quickly. When the sky is bright and the sun shines down from the sky, the residents of Aidagami City, other than those who have to wake up early, are still deep in slumber. More than 80% of them are still asleep. With the passage of time, the streets gradually became noisy. Trams began to move back and forth. Whether it was office workers or students, they were all preparing to travel day after day, year after year, with only one goal in mind, and that was to not be late. At the same time, Wu Yan's home. Because it was an apartment, the windows were usually opened in the sleeping rooms. There was very little sunlight in the living room. However, at this moment, even though there was no sunlight in the living room was already lit up. However, there were still 2 breaths of time left in the living room. Pieces of clothes were scattered on the ground, and there were even some underwear, which made the originally clean hall look a little sloppy. The sofa and the chair had been completely covered by a not very thick quilt, leaving only a soft armrest exposed to the air. And there, 2 heads are pillowed on the armrest, the body is covered by the blanket. At a certain moment, a soft groan came from one of the heads, breaking the silence. A pair of eyebrows frowned slightly, and eyelids trembled. Then, it opened its eyes rather lazily and with difficulty, revealing a pair of beautiful red eyes. The light shone into Kotori's field of vision, and the dazzling luster caused her to squint her sleepy eyes, which were rippling with traces of water. On her cheeks, circles of red that made people unable to look away were all over her face. It was as if she had just had a very happy dream. But of course, that wasn't the case. Her consciousness returned to her mind. Kotori looked around in a daze. The black headband on his head moved like a rabbit's ears. Then she felt her body. It's soft and numb. A strange sense of comfort spread throughout her body. Kotori, who was still in a daze, thought that she had accidentally fallen asleep while taking a bath last night, and that she had been soaking in the water for the whole night. Only when she heard a familiar breathing sound did Kotori snap out of her daze, and her memories returned to her mind. The blush on her cheeks quickly spread, dyeing her face a shade brighter than her hair. Kotori squealed as she felt the warmth of the embrace. She remembered Wu Yen is still asleep, so she shut her mouth and held her breath, not daring to make a sound. She got up from the sofa in a flustered manner. She wanted to jump down, but she's naked right now. If she jumped down, she would lose all her light. She suppressed the urge to run away and she tightened the blanket around her. When she saw Wu Yen sleeping soundly, she sighed in relief. Her face is still as red as ever. Kotori was embarrassed when she recalled yesterday's craziness. It's not that she didn't think she would have such a day, but she didn't think her first time would be in the living room, on the sofa. This made Kotori feel all kinds of shame, all kinds of unbearable shame. It's all because of this despicable brother. Kotori glared fiercely at her older brother. Her brother's joyful sleeping posture was imprinted in her watery eyes. While she was furious, she also felt a little powerless. In the end, she was being shy while the one who was playing the naughty trick was sleeping soundly. What the hell was going on? Kotori bitterly smiled and she sighed. She struggled free from Wu Yan's arm around her waist and she wanted to leave. But the doorbell rang at this time. Kotori-chan. Sensei. Good morning. Nagisa's cheerful voice entered Kotori's ears. It's almost time to go to school, sensei. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Nagisa. Kotori panicked. She hurriedly got up, picked up the clothes on the ground, and ran back to her room. But before she could do anything, another voice was heard. It was a weak male voice. It was Koju's voice. The door isn't locked. As soon as he said that, a soft cracking sound came from the door, and Kotori froze on the spot. It's true. It was Yukina's voice. Why isn't the door locked? Well, Koju said casually. Who knows? The door was slowly pushed open under Kotori's stiff gaze. Koju's figure gradually appeared outside the door. He only spoke when he had one foot in the door. I'm coming in. Wait, senpai. Kojo-kun, don't enter someone else's home. Nagisa and Yukina wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Koju had already walked into the living room and turned his head around. In a second, Koju's gaze would sweep across the living room and he would see the intimate scene between the two, including Kotori, who has exposed her bare shoulders. At this critical moment, Kotori's eyes turned sharp. She quickly grabbed the 2 hairpins she used to fix the curtains on the table and threw them at Koju's eyes with all her strength without using her sprite form. Koju only had time to hear a slight sound as a pair of hairpins pierced his eyes. His vision turned dark as he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. What's wrong, senpai? Kojo-kun. Nagisa and Yukina jumped in fright when they heard Koju's scream. Panicked footsteps were heard, and before Kotori could stop them, 2 figures appeared in the living room. Kotori's face turned as red as blood. Senpai, Kojo-kun. Nagisa and Yukaina were stunned when they saw Koju rolling around on the floor. They were also stunned when they saw the messy clothes on the floor and the sofa. Kotori. Nagisa and Yukaina. The three girls stared at each other. They didn't say anything. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Nagisa. Kotori felt her throat dry up, but she still forced a smile. She tightened the blanket around her and let out a laugh that sounded worse than crying. It's not what you think. There are many, many reasons. Nagisa and Yukaina stayed silent. They looked at Kotori, who was blushing as she stuttered her words. Then, they looked at Wu Yen, who was snoring next to her. Their clothes were scattered all over the floor, including their undergarments. Their gazes swept across the room in a single second. Anyone with a bit of experience would be able to guess what was going on. Unfortunately, Nagisa and Yukaina were only 14 or 15 years old, but they were at the age where they started to understand what was going on between a man and a woman. Their cute faces turned red. Nagisa and Yukina's eyes were filled with embarrassment and anger. Then, Nagisa screamed and ran away without looking back. Jijwa Yukaina was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She hesitated for a while, then bowed to Kotori and yelled, "Excuse me." She grabbed Koju, who was still screaming and couldn't open his eyes, and ran out as well. She didn't care about the unconscious Koju, who was slamming his head against the wall and door. Not long after, from the apartment, a sorrowful cry soared into the sky, soaring up into the sky. It's not like that. Chapter 907. Inside the tram traveling at a constant speed, Wu Yen yawned loudly, looking like he didn't get enough sleep. He sighed as he looked out of the tram window at the bright noon sky. Aitagami Island's mornings sure are different. In other places, this kind of light and temperature would only appear in the afternoon, right? His casual remark was meant to start a conversation, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't get anyone to talk to him. Wu Yen stopped yawning. He frowned and looked at the seats in front of him. Nagisa and Yukaina were sitting there. Unlike before, their cheeks were rosy and their heads were lowered. They didn't say a word. Wu Yen found it strange. Yukina's reaction was normal. She's not the talkative type. But Nagisa's reaction was strange. This child is unusually talkative. Perhaps in the past, Nagisa would be more reserved in front of him. Due to her fear of demons, she would subconsciously avoid him. But after spending some time together, even though Nagisa still doesn't dare to get too close to him, her words are no different from her usual self. Could it be that Nagisa had finally accepted him, only to revert back to her original state? He blinked his eyes. Wu Yen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you two? You look weird." Nagisa and Yukaina tensed up when they heard Wu Yan's question. Their blush deepened. Wu Yen found it even more strange. "Are you feeling unwell? Cold? Or fever?" Puzzled, Wu Yen moved his head closer to the two girls. The two girls shrieked and they quickly left their seats. With a series of footsteps, they left Wu Yen. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't stay calm. "What are you two doing? Did I do something wrong?" Wu Yen is certain that something happened between Nagisa and Yukaina. No, it should be more accurate to say that they discovered something. Otherwise, Yukaina wouldn't be the only one. Nagisa might have distanced herself from Wu Yu, but her reaction wouldn't have been this big. Wu Yu had been paying attention to not provoke Nagisa, and the distance just now was within Nagisa's acceptable range. "What's wrong with you two?" Nagisa and Yukaina lowered their heads in embarrassment. However, they didn't seem to have any intention of walking back. They still maintained a certain distance from Wu Yen. Then, two comments that Wu Yen couldn't accept came out of their mouths. "Pervert. Pervert." Wu Yen opened his mouth wide in shock. Even his eyes couldn't help but stare blankly. "Why?" Yukaina snorted. She didn't explain herself. He found a seat to the side and sat down. Only Nagisa stood there and hesitated for a moment before asking, "What's the matter?" "Sensei," Nagisa wants to ask you a question. You must answer honestly. When she said this, Nagisa's face was solemn, but her cheeks were flushed, which made her look even cuter. Wu Yen felt weird about it, but he nodded anyway. Ask away, I'll tell you everything I can. Nagisa was afraid Wu Yen would change his mind. She nodded vigorously. You and Kotori-chan are siblings, right? Of course. Wu Yen nodded without hesitation. Then. Nagisa took a deep breath. This time she looked nervous. Are you biological siblings? Yukaina perked up her ears at this question. Wu Yen looked confused, but he still answered honestly. Not really, Kotori is kind of my little sister, my godsister. Wu Yen chuckled in his heart. He added, in various ways. However, Wu Yan's answer caused Nagisa's expression to crumble. Yukina's expression also looked much better. What? So you're not biological siblings? Wu Yan's head is full of question marks when he saw how relaxed the two are. Why do you look relieved when we're not biological siblings? Why do you look like you can't accept it when we're biological siblings? No. Nagisa and Yukaina quickly shook their heads. Sensei, you're thinking too much. Yeah. After that, the two girls ignored Wu Yen, who is still scratching his head, and started chatting with each other. By the way, even if their performance returned to normal, they still didn't return to Wu Yan's side. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. He's speechless. He turned to Koju, who was standing beside him. What's going on with them? I don't know. Wu Yen isn't sure if it's just his imagination, but he felt like Koju's tone is filled with resentment. I was attacked by an unknown force, and I'm still angry about it. What are you talking about? Nothing. Sai, forget it. Why do you keep rubbing your eyes? I told you I don't know. And just like that, the trolley bus ride came to an end with Wu Yen scratching his head in confusion. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. It was still early, and there was still some time before classes officially started. At the entrance of Kaihai Academy, uniformed students were walking on the road one after another. When they entered the school, the vitality that belonged to the students was very obvious here, making some teachers feel as if they had become much younger. Nagisa, Yukaina, and Koju entered the school together. Koju is in the high school division while Nagisa and Yukaina are in the middle school division. Wu Yen is also teaching in the middle school division, so the three of them decided to separate from Koju. At this moment, an immature yet dignified voice floated in front of the four of them. The four of you coming to school together is quite an unexpected combination. Wu Yen and the other three were startled. They looked up and saw a petite girl with long straight hair dressed in a black goth costume holding a black lace fan. She looked at the four of them with an inexplicable smile. Ah! Wu Yen laughed dryly and mumbled. What could be more surprising than a teacher who is less than 1.5 meters tall and 26 years old? Natsuki. The three of them could not help but burst into laughter when they heard this. Even Na-Yu had to choke back her laughter. The smile in her eyes vanished as she snorted coldly. Well, now that I think about it, this combination is more suitable than expected. A perverted senior who laid his hands on a junior and a perverted teacher who laid her hands on a student. Who laid her hands on a student? Koju shouted angrily. As a teacher, don't say weird things like that, Natsuki-chan. As soon as she said that, Natsuki smacked Koju's head with her fan, causing the half-baked ancestor to rub his head in a tragic manner. Don't add the word chan to a teacher's name. Natsuki looked at Koju with an extremely dissatisfied expression. Koju, who had suffered another heavy blow, could only nod with an aggrieved expression. Wu Yen was surprised and looked at Natsuki with a half-smile. Natsuki-chan, that sounds nice. If you dare to call me that, you're dead. Natsuki looked at Wu Yen with an expressionless face. However, the anger and threat in her eyes are clear as day. If you don't want to be an attack mage trainee for the rest of your life, forget what just happened. Okay. Wu Yen raised his hands in surrender. I promise I won't call you that. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and walked back to the school building. She said to Wu Yen, "Oh right, come find me tonight." "Oh," Natsuki said. Nagisa and Yukaina looked at Wu Yen like he was an animal. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Is there something you need?" "Yes. Of course I have something to talk to you about." Natsuki didn't care about the curious gazes around her and left after saying that. "There's work, don't be late." Chapter 908. Nighttime. Nighttime in Itagami Island isn't peaceful. Demons are mostly active at night. After all, during the day, they have to undergo research in Itagami City. Nocturnal demons are quite common among the demons, especially the vampires. They prefer to be active at night. Therefore, even though Itagami City's nighttime isn't considered the demon realm, the exposure rate of demons at night is much higher than during the day. Naturally, the nighttime when there are a large number of demons moving about is a lot less peaceful. However, this isn't the real problem of Itagami Island's nighttime. The real problem is that at this time of the year, the criminals are also unusually active. Tonight, in a dilapidated warehouse at the edge of the artificial island, Itagami Island, a group of beastmen from the demon race are having an undisclosed meeting. Standing at a vantage point in the warehouse, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes seemed to be able to see the secret meetings going on in the distance. He didn't know how long it took before he looked at Natsuki, who is standing beside him with a parasol in hand. "It's not the right time to do so. Is this the job you were talking about?" Natsuki nodded in agreement. Her deep blue eyes sparkled in the darkness of the night like a pair of stars, beautiful as a painting. "Don't think this is just a small meeting." Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen with a gaze that could see through his thoughts. She spoke in a flat voice. "It's just a group of beastmen having an illegal activity. It's not something that requires us to show up. However, the beastmen there aren't ordinary people." "Black Death Emperor faction?" Natsuki's gem-like eyes flickered. She sounded a little concerned. "That's a group of extremist beastmen. Their ultimate goal is to kill the first true ancestor and seize control of his territory. They want to break the Treaty of Sanctum." Wu Yen felt a little relieved after hearing Natsuki's explanation. The Treaty of Sanctum is the treaty that maintains the coexistence between humans and demons. It's the foundation of the Demon Special District. If the Treaty of Sanctum is broken, in that case, humans and demons no longer got along well, and demons no longer appeared in people's lives openly was secondary. If the impact was serious, it was very likely that the demons and humans would become enemies from now on. It might even trigger a war between humans and demons. In other words, the actions of this Black Death Emperor faction, the existence of the Demon Special District, the existence of Itagami City, and even the entire situation. "I have no choice but to take this seriously." His expression gradually turned grave. Wu Yan's eyes also became serious. Seeing him like this, Natsuki laughed and shook her head. "Even though the opponent is Black Death Emperor faction, you don't have to be so serious. The ones here are just the lower-level members. Plus, even if Black Death Emperor faction is here, Itagami City isn't a place that can be easily bullied." Natsuki paused and looked deeply at Wu Yen. "I also don't think that the Black Death Emperor faction has the ability to make you take them seriously." Wu Yan's expression crumbled. He rolled his eyes at Natsuki, but she only chuckled. "Our goal this time is to take down the Black Death Emperor faction's officers. It would be best if we can get information from them about the mastermind behind this riot, Christopher Kardashian. The location of Gardos." Natsuki raised her head, her voice became low. "And their goal?" Wu Yen nodded. He and Natsuki looked at the warehouse in the distance. Smoke rose from the corner of the warehouse. Flames blew away the doors of the warehouse. The sound of explosions echoed. Under Wu Yen and Natsuki's gaze, the heavily armed Itagami City guards launched a surprise attack. The rusty iron pillars creaked under the weight of the heavy load, and the stacked wooden boxes swayed under the dim moonlight. Faint gunshots echoed in the air like firecrackers. The Itagami city guards are armed with special firearms and bullets. They can seal off the demon's regenerative ability and easily break through the demon's demonic energy. This time, they're using special bullets specifically designed to deal with beastmen. Normal beastmen can't possibly stand a chance against the guards armed with such weapons. The walls of the warehouse were destroyed one by one. The orcs, who were once invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, could not even put up a fight against the guards. Screams of agony and gunshots rang out. The battle was over in less than 2 minutes. After the smoke dissipated, orcs could be seen lying on the ground in layers in the distant warehouse. There was no blood on their bodies, but there was light smoke rising from their bodies, indicating the damage they had suffered. The beastmen that fell here were all unregistered demons that hadn't been registered. Based on this point alone, the guards had enough reason to arrest them. Of course, they didn't die. The vitality of the orcs couldn't be compared to that of the vampires, but it was still much stronger than that of humans. It was impossible to kill them with just this level of damage. The guards could only immobilize them. At this point, the battle was basically over. The guards also started to wrap things up, intending to arrest all the orcs present. But at this moment, an uninjured leopard-headed orc with a robust body and neat black fur suddenly jumped out, roaring angrily as he escaped from the scene. "Not good. We missed something. Chase him." A commotion broke out at the scene. Natsuki, who was standing at the top of the warehouse, exclaimed in surprise. Then she started mocking him. "I didn't think you'd have the ability to escape from a hail of bullets. Black Death Emperor faction, I'll give you some praise." Natsuki raised her parasol and said to Wu Yen, "Let's go, we'll catch the fish that escaped the net." Wu Yen nodded lightly. Just as he was about to take a step forward, his body stopped abruptly. His eyes flashed with a hint of emotion as he turned his head to the side. "What's wrong?" Natsuki stopped when she saw Wu Yan's reaction. She turned around and followed Wu Yan's gaze. Natsuki was stunned by what she saw. In front of their eyes, a large yacht is slowly moving in the middle of the sea. The yacht is much larger than an average ship. It looks luxurious, like a noble on a cruise. The yacht is heading towards Itagami Island. That ship. Natsuki frowned, her expression changed for a split second. Wu Yen saw this and he asked her in a soft voice, "Do you know that yacht?" Natsuki stared at the yacht for a long time before she pursed her lips. Rather than saying "I know the yacht, I know what's on it." Natsuki shifted her gaze to Wu Yen after she finished speaking. "Well, are you interested?" "Well, you can say that." Wu Yen chuckled in an unreadable tone. "There seems to be an incredible existence on that yacht." "Indeed, that guy isn't simple." Natsuki didn't deny it and met Wu Yan's gaze. "Don't tell me you want to meet him?" Wu Yen pondered for a moment and shrugged with a smile. "You can say that. I'm interested in an existence that can make my blood flow a little more active." "Active?" Natsuki narrowed her eyes and said seriously. "Just active?" Wu Yen didn't answer Natsuki, he waved at her. "I'll leave that to you, I'll go take a look." Wu Yen disappeared after saying that. Natsuki stood there quietly. She ignored the fleeing beastman. She kept looking at the direction Wu Yen disappeared in. Her eyes were filled with emotions that no one could tell what she was thinking. "Active, was it?" Nayu muttered as if she was sleep-talking. Not long after, Nayu returned to her original state. She turned around and faced the direction of the escaping beastmen. "That guy is also a vampire, but he can only make your blood flow more active. Wu Yen, I'm getting more and more curious about what kind of existence you are." After all, he's said to be the closest existence to a true ancestor. Chapter 909. In the middle of the night, a large yacht broke through the waves and slowly approached the man-made island called Itagami City. Oceanus Grave. That's the name of the yacht. At this time, on the deck of the yacht, a Western-style handsome man wearing a white suit, with short blonde hair and a pair of blue pupils stood at the forefront. Looking at the gradually approaching coast, a strange smile appeared on his face. It's an excited and bloodthirsty smile. Is that the Demon Special District, Aidagami City? The handsome man's lips curled up, greed flashed in his eyes. That's right, greed, as if he's thirsting for something. The fourth primogenitor, Akatsuki Koju, is on that island? After taking one last look at Aidagami City, the handsome man shifted his gaze away. He didn't come here for the demon race, but for the existence known as the strongest vampire in the world. Aidagami Island, in his eyes, without the fourth primogenitor, it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. Compared to his fief, Aidagami City doesn't have much to show for it. The handsome man is the envoy of Europe's War King domain, the first primogenitor, the forgotten War King, bestowed the title of Duke of Iridiaro. He's also a direct descendant of the first primogenite. He's a pure-blood vampire. And a pure-blooded vampire from the old generation. Of course. His strength was much stronger than ordinary pure-blooded vampires of the old generation. This was because he was one of the very few vampires who possessed special abilities. It was also because of this special ability that he was extremely powerful. He even used this ability to devour 2 second-generation vampire elders. In terms of bloodline, he's second only to the primogenite. In terms of strength, he's the closest to the primogenite. No matter how you look at it, he's the #1 vampire below the primogenite. That's why he's the first primogenitor's most trusted aide. He's also the first primogenitor's trusted aide. Unfortunately, he didn't come to Aidagami City on the orders of his king. He came for selfish reasons. Raise your hand. The handsome man swirled the wine in his hand. Inside, the scarlet-red wine followed his movements and rose and fell with the waves under the yacht, creating circles of bloody ripples, as if indicating the arrival of a bloody storm. The atmosphere in the room is a little eerie. At a certain moment, the pretty boy's hand movements suddenly stopped. His originally calm eyes once again flashed with a trace of emotion. An interesting smile appeared on his face as he slowly turned around. Before he knew it, a figure had appeared in front of him. The pretty boy was absolutely certain that there hadn't been anything there at all a second ago. The figure appeared out of thin air and stared at him with a pair of wine-red eyes. There was not the slightest fluctuation on his face, but in his eyes there was the same expression as the pretty boy. That expression was interesting. The newcomer is Wu Yen. Was that a spatial teleportation magic? The handsome man chuckled. Are you sure? Wu Yen looked at the handsome man. Maybe it's a space-type superpower, or maybe it's atomization. Unfortunately, I know a witch who specializes in this kind of magic. The handsome man shook his head. That's why I'm quite familiar with spatial teleportation magic. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and shrugged, acknowledging the handsome man's words. The handsome man's interest was piqued. If I'm not mistaken, you're a vampire, right? The handsome man asked with interest. I've never heard of a vampire who can use spatial teleportation magic to such an extent. If you hear about it, I am going to have a headache? Wu Yen pursed his lips. I see. The handsome man didn't mind. He continued with a smile. Then you are. Wu Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. As you said, I'm a vampire. Then what's your purpose? Wu Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest. I'm just here to take a look. The handsome man narrowed his eyes. He stared at Wu Yen for a while. The interest in his eyes turned into displeasure. He didn't think he could get any information from Wu Yen. He waved his hand impatiently. His movements were quite elegant. If that's the case, it's about time for you to leave, nameless vampire. With that, a surge of mana surged from the handsome man's body. Then, a giant snake radiating purple light and a scorching heat came out of the magic vortex. It shot out like an arrow. Without any warning, it opened its huge jaws and bit at Wu Yen. Translators' thoughts: Noodletown, 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 Noodletown. The serpent's level of magic was far from being a familiar of a pure-blooded vampire, let alone a familiar of a vampire that was close to a true ancestor. A familiar of this level is nothing more than a random item the handsome man released. However, Even if it was a weaker vampire from the old generation, he would still be half dead after taking a hit from it. If a human was hit by it, let alone an ordinary human, even a powerful attack mage would not be able to escape death. Obviously, in the pretty boy's eyes, Wu Yen is just a stray dog that barked a few times during a journey. Since there's no way to interest him, then he's free to go, there's no need for the owner's approval. The reason he released his familiar is because he doesn't want to talk to Wu Yen anymore. He wants to chase him away, that's all. As for Wu Yen's survival, it has nothing to do with him. As the closest vampire to a primogenitor, the blood on his hands is enough to form a lake. Even if it's not enough to form an ocean, killing one or two of his kind is nothing to him. But this time, the handsome man miscalculated. The person in front of him did appear out of nowhere, but he's not a stray dog. In terms of bloodline, the handsome man is of a higher rank than the vampire closest to a primogenite. That's because the handsome man is a true primogenite. Looking at the menacing serpent coming at him with the momentum of a mountain, the mana ripples it emits are much stronger than a high-level magician's. But to the handsome man, it's nothing but trash. To Wu Yen, it's trash among trash. Wu Yen didn't even bother to look at the snake, he didn't even bother to move his hands. He stood there motionlessly. Wu Yan's mana was so dense that the pretty boy who was about to turn away froze in place. Wu Yan's mana burst out from his body and he rammed into the giant snake like a wall that collided with a wall. Boom! There was no stalemate, no collision. The serpent was crushed into pieces by the sheer amount of mana. Not even a trace of mana was left behind, it was crushed into nothingness. The handsome man's eyes widened when he saw this. His gaze landed on Wu Yen. This is the first time he's looking at the handsome man since Wu Yen appeared. Although the familiars were nothing to him, his opponent didn't even need to use them. Instead, he used his mana to neutralize the familiars. It was obvious who was stronger in this simple exchange of blows. You. Seeing that the pretty boy is finally looking at him in the eye, Wu Yen lost interest. He had only come here to see what kind of existence could make his blood throb a little. And now he had seen this person, and from the beautiful man's words and Na Yu's words, he could guess that Na Yu definitely knew him. As for the rest, he'll just have to ask Natsuki when he gets back. With that in mind, Wu Yen didn't feel like staying any longer. What a rude way to send a guest off. Well, I've achieved my goal. I'll leave even if you don't send me off. With that, Wu Yen planned to leave. But this time, it's the handsome man who won't let him go. Please forgive my rudeness. The pretty boy said such a sentence without the slightest bit of apology. His tone was full of fanatical fighting spirit. Since you're here, why don't you stay and have some fun? Isn't it interesting? Chapter 9-10. Interesting, isn't it? Unlike his previous tone, which was like a formality, at this moment, the pretty boy's words carried a clear fanaticism that reverberated back and forth along with his voice, sending chills down one's spine. It was as if he had found something very valuable and did not conceal his thoughts at all. His eyes were filled with a glint of pleasant surprise. It was obvious that the pretty boy had completely taken note of this vampire who had appeared out of nowhere. Wu Yen was just about to teleport away when he heard the other party's words. His mana stopped moving and he frowned as he looked at the pretty boy. When he saw the fervent fighting spirit in the pretty boy's eyes, he bitterly laughed. I almost forgot that you're an old vampire as well. The lifespan of a vampire was too long. For those old generation vampires who had lived for an unknown amount of time and were bored to death, fighting was a very good way to pass the time. The handsome man in front of him was one of them. Looking straight at the pretty boy with a smile on his face, Wu Yen shook his head. In his eyes, the system's perception flashed. Dmitrii? Vatler, level 83. The handsome man, Vatler, didn't know his identity was exposed. He opened his arms as if he wanted to hug the ocean. He smiled brightly. My name is Dmitrii? Vatler, I was fortunate enough to receive the title of Duke of Erudia from my ancestor, the Forgotten Warlord. Nice to meet you, unknown vampire. Vatler? You seem quite famous. Wu Yen smirked as he waved his hand. I don't have a background as big as yours. Well, just call me Wu Yen. Wu Yen. Vatler lowered his head as he tried to recall if he had heard this name before. Of course, he couldn't remember anything about it. However, that didn't stop the fanaticism in his heart. It didn't matter if he was famous or not. He didn't mind if Vatler wanted the title of Duke. As long as Vatler had the power to make him happy, anything was fine. I'll remember your name for now. Vatler looked up. The golden bangs in front of his forehead drew an arc of light. His smile was full of excitement. As for whether I'll remember it or not. His voice grew louder. Vatler laughed. That depends on whether you can survive or not. Mana surged out of the white suit, and the sudden burst of mana caused the fragile deck to crack. The scale of the mana was at least 10 times stronger than the familiar he released earlier. Once he decided to attack, Vatler wouldn't show any mercy. As a battle maniac, this was the most basic principle of his life. Sagara! Vatler called out. The familiar in his blood awakened and took form in his mana. Orochi coiled out of his body like a sea serpent covered in blue scales. Its sinister snake eyes stared at Wu Yan's as it hissed. Hiss! The screeching sound turned into a sonic wave. Along with the turbulent airflow, it blasted at Wu Yan. His hooded black coat fluttered in the wind, his hair fluttered in the wind. Around him, pieces of the deck started cracking as the pieces were sent flying. They broke through the air and landed on the hull of the ship behind him. Like bullets, they shot holes in the hull with smoke coming out of them. Only a familiar like this was worthy of the title of the strongest vampire below the primogenic. Sa! Vatler licked his lips as a cruel smile appeared on his face. Let's begin. Leisure activities for the journey. His hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Wu Yen ignored the wind that could blow a giant away. His gaze was fixed on the sea serpent familiar. He sized it up and smiled. Looks like this trip wasn't all for nothing. Unlike Vatler's violet mana, Wu Yan's mana surged like water from a dam. It enveloped his entire body. At least I can confirm that you're no ordinary vampire, Vatler. Same to you. His smile widened, then turned cold. Go. Sagara. Hiss. The blue sea serpent hissed. Vatler's mana surged. The sea serpent opened its mouth and shot out a high-pressure jet of water. It reached Wu Yen in the blink of an eye. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. His body shifted. Bang! The mana around him twisted and turned into a white flame. It replaced the flow of mana and protected Wu Yen. The high-pressure water flow hit the white flame head-on. The collision of water and fire made a slight sound. Thick white smoke rolled up from the contact between the two at an extremely fast speed. In a moment, it had already spread to the entire deck. In an instant, the entire huge yacht was shrouded in white smoke. Vatler's body flickered with blue mana and blew away the smoke. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Wu Yan's white flame. He managed to block Sagara's attack without even using his familiars? Or is the flame your familiar? Vatler's face didn't reveal the slightest bit of doubt as he asked the question. Instead, there was only joy on his face. Which one is it? The white flames enveloped Wu Yan's body in a gentle manner. His unfathomable smile could be clearly seen in the flames. Why don't you take a guess, Vatler? Just what I wanted. Vatler grinned. The blue light around him expanded. Nanto, nantoa. Amidst the blue light, two serpent bodies armed with sharp blades appeared amidst the distortion of magic power and entangled with each other, controlling 3 familiars at once. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. His expression turned serious. Most vampires could only control 1 familiar beast at a time. This was the same for older vampires. As the host grew, the familiar beasts would grow as well. Only a small number of powerful vampires could summon 2 familiar beasts at once. As for controlling 3 at once, not even pure-blooded vampires of the older generation can do it. This Vatler. Wu Yen sighed. Of course, it wasn't out of fear. He's releasing 3 familiars on a fragile yacht. Isn't he afraid of destroying the ship? You don't have to worry about that. Vatler seemed to have heard Wu Yan's mutterings. He brushed his bangs away without a care. I still have a few good subordinates on this ship. It won't be a problem for them to protect this ship. Your Excellency, just go all out. Otherwise, it will be meaningless. Well, that has nothing to do with me. Wu Yan shrugged. It's not like the ship is mine. Before he could finish his sentence, the three ferocious snakes opened their huge mouths one after another. Mana whirlpools fluctuated inside, and the atmosphere surged over as if the three snakes were devouring the air. With a swing of their bodies, three shockwaves swept out at the same time, bombarding the white flames. Pang! In an instant, the white flame swelled slightly and wrapped around the three vortexes. It attacked them like sulfuric acid and completely disintegrated them. Amazing! Amazing! Vatler wasn't surprised that his attack was ineffective. Instead, he covered his face and laughed maniacally. I didn't think I'd get such an amazing gift the moment I got here. Vatler's smile widened. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and raised it above his head. A strange wave of mana was emitted from his palm, instantly surging into the two giant snakes armed with blades. You have the right to make me use this ability. Look closely, this is the trump card I rely on to survive. Vatler laughed excitedly. Two giant snakes armed with blades flew into the sky. Their slender bodies intertwined with each other and they merged into a flaming silver dragon under Wu Yan's astonished gaze. The silver dragon hissed at Wu Yan. Fused familiars. Wu Yan was shocked. Chapter 9-11. On the rooftop deck of the huge luxury yacht, a silver dragon burning with flames and a sea serpent glowing with blue light lined up together. The lower end of their bodies coiled around the hull of the yacht, while the upper end swung back and forth. Their huge mouths opened and closed, letting out roars that shook the atmosphere. Wu Yan stared at the roaring silver dragon in front of him. He could feel a tremendous amount of mana coursing through the dragon's body. The sea around the yacht churned violently. The scale of the mana wasn't as great as that of a primogenitor, but it wasn't something a pure-blooded vampire of the old generation could possess. A familiar fusion. Wu Yan sighed. He finally understood why a vampire who wasn't a primogenitor could make his primogenitor blood throb. With the ability to fuse familiars, Vatler had surpassed ordinary vampires. He was close to the level of a primogenitor. If not for his bloodline, if Vatler was a primogenitor, then with his ability to fuse familiars, he would be the strongest vampire outside of the fourth primogenitor who had awakened. Vatler. Wu Yan repeated the name several times. He chuckled. It was a strange laugh. As though it was infuriated by Wu Yan's laughter, Silver Dragon shot out of its body without any warning. Its flaming body was like a train on fire. Amidst the sonic booms that caused the air to tremble, it charged forward like a meteor falling from the sky. It was heading straight for Vatler. Wu Yan finally made his move in the face of the familiar's attack. Raising his right hand, the mana in his body flowed faster along with his blood flow. The white flames on his body rippled like water and surged towards Wu Yan's hand. At this moment, the color of the white flames on his hand turned darker and darker. It was like swatting a mosquito. The hand covered in white flames swatted across the air. In an extremely casual manner, it slammed into the huge body of the fused familiar. The silver dragon's roar came to an abrupt halt. Its ferocious eyes still reflected Wu Yan's figure. The white flames on its hand burned fiercely. Vatler charged towards the silver dragon. The white flames on its body completely replaced the flames on its body. Then, the familiar disappeared. That's right. It disappeared. Ugh! Vatler's pupils shrank. He couldn't react in time. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The magic power in his body leaked out. That flame. Vatler's gaze landed on the white flames in Wu Yan's hand. He finally realized how extraordinary they were. You fused my familiar. Vatler's frenzied expression was gone. Vatler's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at Wu Yen. "You who are you?" "Are you?" Vatler's unique ability was to fuse familiars. It was because of this ability that he was able to subdue 2 second-generation vampire elders with superior bloodlines. Otherwise, with the strict bloodline hierarchy of vampires, challenging someone with a superior bloodline was a death sentence. After all, blood was a vampire's power. Without this ability, vampires with lower bloodlines were no match for vampires with higher bloodlines. But now, Vatler had the highest bloodline below a true ancestor and had fused with familiars. Apart from a true ancestor, no other vampire could be stronger than him. Wu Yen, on the other hand, can wipe out his familiar. This proved that either he also had a special ability, or his bloodline was far superior to his. A primogenitor. Only a primogenitor could have a higher bloodline than Vatler. But that was impossible. There were only 4 primogenitors. Wu Yen couldn't help but snicker when he saw Vatler wavering. His snicker woke Vatler up. Vatler clenched his teeth, his expression turning cold. A surge of destructive mana, much stronger than when he fused with the familiar, gushed out of his body. "Sagara! Nanto! Benanchuo!" Amidst the cold voice, the blue sea snake and the twin snakes armed with blades appeared out of thin air. They coiled around Vatler's violent magic flow and intertwined with each other. A dazzling light flashed, and the 3 giant snakes fused together. A 4-legged golden-horned dragon slowly emerged from the light. Vatler had fused with 3 familiars. "You win if you take it?" Vatler declared coldly. It was as if he had removed all emotions from his voice, but at the same time, it seemed to contain some unknown emotion. "If you can't take it, then die." There were only 4 primogenitors in this world. It was impossible for a 5th primogenitor to exist. However, it wasn't a problem for Vatler to find out who his opponent was. It didn't matter if the vampire in front of him was a primogenitor or not. If he really was a primogenitor, then he should be able to take on Vatler's 3 fused familiars at full power. If he wasn't, then he would die here. It was that simple. Vatler was confident that only a primogenitor could take on his fused familiars. If his opponent was a vampire with the same special ability as him, then he wouldn't be unharmed even if he took on the attack. At that time, the heavily injured opponent would have no choice but to allow himself to be killed. That was indeed the case. Wu Yan's expression changed when he sensed the violent mana from the golden dragon. A familiar of this level isn't far from a primogenitor's level. If he doesn't use his full power, it'll be as Vatler said. He'll die if he can't take on the attack. Though, as a primogenitor, he can't die. Fused familiars. Wu Yan shook his head and chuckled. The fusion of 3 familiars is already a lot stronger than Koju, who only has 1 familiar. Wu Yan can't afford to be careless. Well, that's fine too. The white flame on his hand slowly extinguished. Wu Yan lifted his head and he looked at the golden dragon that blocked his vision. A thick mist of blood rose from his body. Vatler's expression changed when he sensed a monstrous amount of mana. "I've never released you before." Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he's talking to someone. "Let's enjoy ourselves today." Wu Yan abruptly opened his eyes. Inside his eyes, his golden pupils burned with a radiant light like a torch. "Descend." The sound, which was as thin as a drop of water, vibrated slightly and turned into an echo that spread out. On the yacht sailing in the dark sea, suddenly, a burst of white flames erupted like a tidal wave pouring down from the sky. Boom! The roar that shook the heavens and earth, with the yacht as the center, brought along a frenzied atmosphere and turned into an impact that could destroy everything. It landed on the entire ocean like thunder. In an instant, a circle of waves that were more than 10 meters high suddenly exploded and swept in all directions, causing the sea level to drop a little. It was like a volcanic eruption. After an unknown amount of time, the surface of the sea returned to calm. The turbulence in the atmosphere also subsided. The white flames disappeared, revealing the yacht within. Miraculously, The white flames did not burn the fragile yacht into nothingness. It wasn't that it couldn't do it, it just didn't want to. It was as if nothing had happened at all. On the deck of the yacht, Wu Yen is no longer there. Vattler is the only one left. However, he doesn't look as carefree as before. His clothes are tattered and his skin is rotten. The skin on his face is gone. All that's left is a bloody, tattered body that looked like it was skinned alive. Ha ha. Ha, Vattler didn't care about his recovering body. He laughed like a madman. His laughter was filled with joy and mockery. The fifth primogenitor. Ha, spitting out blood, Vattler ignored his panicked subordinates who ran in from the entrance. He used a voice that only he could hear and a laughter that everyone could hear. He laid on the deck covered in blood and laughed like a madman. The yacht is still cruising towards Aidogami Island. Chapter 9:12. Huge waves came crashing down on the streets of Aidogami Island's harbor. The salty water washed away the heavy metal crates and washed away the smoke in the air. Then, the waves slowly receded and returned to the sea. Standing on top of a high-end metal box, Natsuki held a parasol and looked at the yacht that had just burst into flames with a familiar color. She watched as the yacht gradually sailed over, and her blue eyes flashed with an unpredictable light. Behind her, on top of a metal bridge, a leopard-shaped beastman was locked in place by glowing purple chains. The chains swayed left and right like a pendulum. Don't think that it was just a glowing chain. It was a chain forged by the gods and was called the Chain of Discipline. It wasn't impossible to break free from it, but without strength equal to or above Nayu, it was almost impossible to break free, let alone an ordinary orc. Therefore, Nayu wasn't worried that the orc would escape. However, the reason she didn't pay attention to the captured beastman isn't because she believes in her chains of discipline. Compared to the beastman, what's happening in front of her is more important. Natsuki watched as the white flames dissipated. She tightened her grip on the parasol. Her eyes are calm but her brows are furrowed. Natsuki expected Wu Yen to fight with the snake charmer Vattler when he planned to board the yacht. However, the magical energy she sensed from the yacht still made her nervous. In terms of strength, Natsuki is definitely on the same level as Vattler. Vattler is an immortal, pure-blooded vampire from the old generation. Natsuki isn't a normal person either. She's a witch. She can form a contract with a demon and become their guardian. She can use the same abilities as the demon. As a human, she can gain magical energy that can rival a superior demon. His magic skills could even surpass the highest level of magicians. Natsuki is such an existence. She might really fight. Vattler, who can fuse with familiars, should be stronger than Natsuki. However, he won't be able to do anything to her. It was also because of this that Natsuki knew how strong Vattler was. If Wu Yen were to fight him, even if Natsuki saw Wu Yen summon two terrifying familiars, she can't say for sure that Wu Yen can beat Vattler. After all, Vattler is the strongest vampire below the level of a primogenitor. Wu Yen is also a vampire. It's not impossible for him to beat Vattler. However, Natsuki doesn't think it's possible unless he's a primogenitor. He has to be a complete primogenitor, unlike Koju who hasn't fully awakened. But is that possible? Nayu did not say a word. She simply stood there and looked at the yacht until a voice sounded from behind her. "Oh, you're done?" "Too slow," Natsuki said without hesitation. "Don't you know we still have work to do?" "Well." Wu Yen scratched his face. "I didn't have a choice. You know that Vattler is no ordinary vampire." Natsuki snorted and turned around. She raised an eyebrow when she saw Wu Yen unharmed. "Look at you, I don't see how much effort you put in. We should thank them for that." Wu Yen couldn't help but grin at this point. "I thought I understood them well enough. I didn't expect them to be stronger than I expected. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to beat Vattler without paying a price." Natsuki narrowed her eyes. She looked at Wu Yen with an unfathomable gaze. "You're saying you can beat Vattler even without familiars?" Wu Yan's smile froze. He looked at Natsuki. Would you believe me if I said yes? Vampires' strength lies in their ability to control familiars. Without familiars, vampires are nothing. Now, Wu Yen is saying that he can defeat Vatler, the vampire closest to a primogenitor, even without a familiar. He might even become a laughingstock if this gets out. Natsuki couldn't bring herself to smile. Natsuki lowered her head in silence. Wu Yen looked at her without saying anything. At some point, Natsuki pursed her lips and walked towards the beastman. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, just don't cause trouble for me. Wu Yen blinked and shrugged. The beastman who was hanging on the bridge was slowly released by the chains that seemed to have a mind of their own. He collapsed in front of Wu Yen and Natsuki. Natsuki knocked on her parasol when she saw the leopard-headed beastman. When we get back, let's have the guards interrogate it and see if they can find out why the Black Death Emperor faction is here. Interrogate? Wu Yen rubbed his chin and he suddenly said, rather than letting the guards interrogate him who might not be able to get anything out of him, why don't I do it? You. Natsuki flinched, she asked in confusion. You know how to interrogate? I don't know how to interrogate. Wu Yen walked in front of the leopard-headed beastman and flicked its head. However, I do know how to read memories. You know how to read memories? Natsuki's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then the Black Death Emperor faction's purpose in coming to Aidagami City might be revealed. It's not a very advanced tactic. It can only be used against opponents far weaker than the user. Wu Yen smiled at Natsuki. Now that we are using it against this average beastman, it should come in handy. Natsuki nodded and she backed off. She wanted Wu Yen to deal with this. Wu Yen didn't hesitate. He extended his hand and he closed his eyes. He started channeling his mana and a magic formation that looked like a coat of arms appeared on his palm. It glowed faintly and a magic formation that looked like an emblem appeared on his palm. Wu Yen reached out and grabbed the leopard-headed beastman's head. The faint light shone brightly. Natsuki tilted her head to avoid the blinding light. Soon the light dimmed. When Natsuki looked back, Wu Yen had let go of the leopard-headed beastman's head and opened his eyes. However, his brows were deeply furrowed. Natsuki knew that Wu Yen must have gotten his hands on some useful information. What did you get? Yes. Wu Yen nodded and looked at Natsuki. The purpose of the Black Death Emperor faction, or rather, Christophe Garcia? The purpose of the Black Death Emperor faction is to obtain an ancient weapon called Nalakuvara. Wait. Natsuki interrupted Wu Yen. You said Nalakuvara? What? Wu Yen was surprised. Do you know about it? You can say that. Natsuki sounded a little concerned. It's a weapon from the Age of the Gods that has destroyed countless civilizations in the past. It's a very dangerous thing. However, it's understandable that a group of terrorists would want to get their hands on such a dangerous thing. The ancient weapon seems to be on this artificial island. Wu Yen said. The Black Death Emperor faction seems to have taken it away. They're trying to figure out how to control it. This beastman came here because of this. He cooperated with the people trying to figure out how to control it and launched a terrorist attack on Aidagami Island to tell the people that the Black Death Emperor faction is still alive and well. What a terrorist! Natsuki shook her head. However, if the Black Death Emperor faction's goal is really Nalakuvara, then it's useless. The slate that records the control method is a piece of trash that even the linguists and magic organizations in the world can't decipher even if they gather together. Just in case, let's take care of those who tried to decipher the method. You should be able to retrieve their memories, right? Wu Yen nodded. Under Natsuki's lead, he left with the beastman. Along the way, Wu Yen remained silent. He has a nagging feeling that something isn't right. Chapter 9:13. Aitagami Island, Southern District, Residential Street. In an average-sized apartment, Kodori was standing by a window in thin pajamas, gazing at the scenery outside. The silver moonlight shone on her, highlighting her slender figure like a painting. Her delicate and adorable face was tinged with a hint of maturity that shouldn't have appeared on her innocent face. However, it didn't seem contradictory, as if she was born this way, which was quite puzzling. The sea breeze blew in through the open window. Kotori's long hair fluttered in the wind, reflecting the darkness of the night. Her mature aura seemed to have blended into the night, looking very beautiful. This scene lasted for 10 minutes before it was broken by a slightly breathtaking voice. "Kotori-chan, you're so cute." Kotori's face fell. She looked at Nagisa, who was looking at her with excitement, and shook her head. "Nagisa-chan is cute too." "Hey, don't say that, it's embarrassing." Nagisa blushed. She made an embarrassed expression. Kotori laughed seductively. "You're the one who made fun of me first." "I didn't make fun of you," Nagisa retorted. "Nagisa is telling the truth." She turned around and looked at Yukaina, who was sitting across from her, and asked, "Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Yukina-chan?" "Yeah." Yukaina nodded without hesitation. "Kotori is cute." "Oh." Kotori didn't deny it. She dragged her words. Her smile was seductive as usual. "What about Nagisa?" "Nagisa is cute too." Nagisa blushed and puffed up her cheeks in embarrassment. She quickly changed the topic. "You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right." "Oh right, Kotori-chan, is sensei back yet?" Kotori's smile faded and she nodded. "He said he had work to do and went out with Natsuki." "Indeed." Yukaina thought about what happened in the morning and said, "This morning, I was in a very bad mood. Earlier, Nagisa-sensei said he had work to do. He asked Wuyan-sensei to look for him at night. It seems like it's something important. Being an attack mage is so hard." Nagisa slumped on the table listlessly. She waved her hand. "Sensei is a vampire. Why did he become an attack mage? There must be a reason." Yukaina thought for a bit. Otherwise, the average demon wouldn't want to become an attack demon master. Nagisa nodded as if she understood. She asked Kotori. "Even Kotori-chan doesn't know why Sensei became an attack mage? Who knows, maybe it's because vampires have too much free time. Maybe he became an attack mage to pass the time." Kotori gave an answer and sat down next to Nagisa. "How old is Sensei?" Nagisa stood up and asked excitedly, "Aren't there many vampires who look young on the surface but have lived for a long, long time? Sensei too? Was it because he was very old? Is he older than the old sensei he replaced? Speaking of which, Sensei said he was 26 years old on the first day. Is that true?" "Don't make wild guesses." Seeing Nagisa asking questions at a rapid pace, even Kotori felt a headache coming on. "Oni-san isn't young, but he's only in his 20s. He hasn't lived as long as you think." "Oh, so he's really only in his 20s. Nagisa was disappointed. Kotori didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 26 years old isn't enough to satisfy you? 26 years old. Yukaina lowered her head, her eyes flashing. A 26-year-old vampire can stop Senpai's familiar in one hit? The fourth primogenitor's familiar. 26 years old is considered young among the vampires. Even a pureblood wouldn't be able to stop a primogenitor's familiar in one hit. Let alone one hit. Koju may be the fourth primogenitor, but he's still not a complete primogenite. Even a pureblood wouldn't be a match for a young vampire. This sensei is mysterious in all aspects. Kotori-chan is 15 years old, Wu Yen sensei is 26. Nagisa fiddled with her little finger and looked at Kotori with an odd expression. "Then isn't there a 10-year age difference between the two of you?" "Yeah." Kotori tilted her head in confusion. "Is there a problem?" "There's a huge problem." Nagisa jumped up in an exaggerated manner, her face turned red as she yelled. "Kotori-chan is only 15 years old. 15 years old? How could Sensei do something like that to you?" "Something like that?" Kotori was taken aback at first. When she realized what Nagisa was talking about, her face immediately turned red. She jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Nagisa-chan, it's a misunderstanding. It's not what you see." Kotori-chan. Don't try to lie to Nagisa, I'm not a child, I don't know anything. As a young girl, Nagisa was embarrassed to talk about this, but she still said. Nagisa noticed, Kotori-chan, your posture when you walked today was very wrong. Kotori was instantly dumbstruck. Her pretty face was dyed a bright rose red, and there were even tears at the corners of her eyes. She shook her head with all her might. That's. Look. Nagisa pointed at Kotori's face as if she discovered a new continent. Don't try to deny it when your face is so red. Kotori whimpered, she couldn't say anything else. She lowered her red face in frustration. Her heart was filled with hatred. It's all that damned Koju's fault. How dare he barge in like that? Does he think he can just barge in without locking the door? Do you think you're the main character? You'll get benefits for barging in, don't let me catch you, or else. Koju, who was showering in his bathroom, felt a chill down his spine. Nagisa-chan. Yukaino was already embarrassed. She pulled back Nagisa, who was about to attack again. Stop it, it's so embarrassing. But I'm curious. Nagisa was shy, but her shyness didn't cover up her curiosity. She crawled to Kotori's side and asked in a mosquito-like voice. Hey, Kotori-chan, how does it feel to be with your brother? Kotori let out a strange cry, and her eyes were already circling. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer, and her head tilted back as she fainted on the ground. Kotori-chan. Two cries of surprise rang out from room 703 of the apartment. On the other side, in a hidden research facility. Is this the tablet that recorded the method to control Nalacuvula? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes as he handed the tablet over to Natsuki. Natsuki took out a picture of a tablet with unknown characters written all over it. Natsuki glanced at it and ignored it. Don't mind it, no one can decipher it anyway. Is that so? Wu Yen had a different opinion. If no one can decipher it, why would the Black Death Emperor faction take such a huge risk to snatch these ancient weapons that can only be used as display items? If you can understand the thoughts of terrorists, then there wouldn't be so many terrorists in the world. Natsuki shook her head and raised the photo in her hand. At the very least, I don't know who would be able to decipher something that even so many magic organizations and linguists can't. If only that were the case. Wu Yen sighed and looked at Natsuki. Natsuki, think about it again. Is there really no one in Itagami Island who can decipher it? Of course not. Natsuki was about to insist, but she suddenly froze. She seemed to have thought of something, and her expression froze. No, maybe someone can decipher it. What's wrong? Wu Yen asked. Did you discover something? It's just a guess. Natsuki frowned and turned to Wu Yen. Tomorrow, I will continue to track Christoph. Gardos, you will stay in school. School? Wu Yen was confused. Why do you have to stay in school? Just do as I say. Natsuki didn't explain. Looking at Natsuki's pensive expression, Wu Yen didn't want to ask any more questions, so he agreed. Chapter 9:14. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. Walking towards the school gate, Wu Yen couldn't help but yawn so hard that tears came out of his eyes. His face is full of fatigue. How can you be so tired this early in the morning? Sensei. Nagisa, who was chatting with Yukaina, glared at Wu Yen. She huffed. Get your act together, the tournament is just around the corner. Sensei, if you act like this, the students will lose their confidence. I didn't have a choice, we stayed up way too late last night. By the time we got home, we didn't have much time left to sleep. Plus, I'm not good at dealing with the morning anyway. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks, he sounded a bit helpless. Then, he gestured to the side with his lips. Plus, I'm not the only one who's tired this early in the morning. Nagisa and Yukaina turned to Wu Yen's side. They saw Koju yawning while wearing a hoodie. He looked listless and the two girls were a bit annoyed. What? Sensei is a vampire, it's fine if he's tired this early in the morning, but why is Kojo-kun like this too? Nagisa ran up to Koju. She put her hands on her hips and pointed at Koju's nose. You're a high school student in the prime of your life, don't act like an old man. Is it appropriate to call me in the prime of my life? Koju complained. He's a vampire. Am I not a vampire? Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. It's nothing. Koju glanced at Wu Yen and he sighed in an annoyed manner. Why could Nagisa accept this vampire as her teacher but not her brother who had turned into a demon? Even if there's a difference in treatment. Does she like men who can cook that much? Nagisa must be a foodie, right? Nagisa narrowed her red eyes. She stared at Koju's face. I feel like you're thinking about something rude. You brat, do you know how to read minds? Sensei, your thoughts are too easy to read. Yukaina shook her head. She picked up her guitar bag and looked at Wu Yen, who was still yawning. She hesitated for a bit before asking. Is it a very troublesome job? Sensei looks really tired. Well, it's not really that troublesome. To be honest, last night's work was pretty easy to deal with. Wu Yen waved his hand and helplessly continued. If I didn't get into a fight with that snake charmer, I might have been able to go home earlier. Snake charmer? Slapping his cheeks, Wu Yen tried his best to cheer himself up. He's a very troublesome fellow in all aspects. Speaking of which, Wu Yen recalled what Natsuki said to him last night. He lowered his voice and he told Yukaina. Something might happen in our school recently. Jijua, you should pay more attention to it. Yukaina said. Yukina's expression froze and she moved closer to Wu Yen. Sensei, did you find out something? Actually, I'm in the dark as well. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead. Last night, Natsuki specifically told me not to leave the school if there's nothing important. Since she said so, she must have discovered something. Just in case, I'll tell you about this matter first so that you can be mentally prepared. Yukaina told Wu Yen about her true identity when he met Koju for the first time. Koju's familiar went berserk. That's why Wu Yen is here to remind her of her identity. Yukaina knew that Wu Yen was an attack mage. Even if he was just an apprentice, his words wouldn't be baseless. She nodded solemnly. I'll keep an eye out for you, Sensei. That won't be necessary. I'll engrave a sensing spell in the school. If anything happens, I'll know. Wu Yen looked at Koju. His mouth twitched. Jijua, you'd better pay attention to the fourth ancestor. I have a feeling that if anything bad happens in the school, even if he isn't the source, he'll be the first idiot to jump into the trouble, said Jijua. Yukaina laughed dryly but nodded in agreement. With Koju's personality, or rather, his physique, it was absolutely possible that something like this would happen. I say. At this moment, Nagisa's voice sounded in front of them. Her tone was a bit strange. You two, you seem pretty close. Wu Yen and Yukaina froze up. They turned to look at Nagisa and Koju. Nagisa's and Koju's strange expressions fell into their line of sight. They realized that they were too close to each other because they wanted to talk about something they didn't know. No, to be more precise, Yukaina almost fell into Wu Yan's arms. Yukaina jumped away in shock. She saw Nagisa's and Koju's strange expressions, so she tried to explain. No. It's not like that. Yukina-chan. Nagisa interrupted Yukaina with a serious look. She also gave Wu Yen a look of disdain. That won't do. Don't forget, Kotori-chan will be sad. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Yukaina blushed as she tried to explain herself. However, that only made Nagisa more suspicious. She also looked at Wu Yen like he's an animal. You're so bad. Not only did you hit your sister, you even hit your student. Wu Yen avoided Nagisa's aggressive glare. He sighed in a tired manner. So what if I hit my sister and my student? I even hit my loli. Whoosh! Suddenly, a subtle sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the side of the four of them. Against the whistling atmosphere, one or two soft roars, it shot out explosively. Its target is none other than the quarreling Wu Yen and company. Careful! Yukaina cried out when she heard the sound. Wu Yen was the first to notice it and he hugged Nagisa. He took a step and leaped forward. A second later, a few thin arrows flew past the four and headed straight for Koju. Why me? Koju only had time to say that before the arrows arrived in front of him and headed for his chest. Senpai. Yukina's expression changed and she grabbed the zipper of her guitar bag. Pung. Before Yukaina could do anything, Wu Yen appeared in front of Koju with Nagisa in his arms. With a wave of his hand, he deflected the arrows and they exploded into specks of starlight. The specks of light condensed into two black envelopes and landed in Wu Yen and Koju's hands. Then, the light disappeared. What was that? Nagisa's face paled. She was shocked by the sudden turn of events. She didn't resist, she grabbed onto the corner of Wu Yan's shirt. Her eyes were filled with panic, she didn't know how to react. Senpai. Yukaina ran to their side. Are you guys okay? I'm fine. Koju wiped the sweat off his forehead and raised the envelope. But what is this? Yukaina finally noticed the envelope in Koju's hand, but her expression changed when she saw the seal on it. That seal. Wu Yen frowned. He looked at the envelope in his hand and he opened it up. Koju and Yukaina moved closer to Wu Yen and looked at the envelope. Yukaina was shocked. Duke of Arudiaro, Dimitri? Invitation to Vatler's party. Vatler. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with helplessness as he tore the envelope apart. That snake charmer, he really didn't learn his lesson. Chapter 9:15. At night in the apartment. Kotori looked at the four luxurious suits on the table. She sorted out the information she just received and turned to Wu Yen. In other words, the noble called Vatler invited you to a banquet? Yes. Yeah. Wu Yen smirked as he patted the two men and two women's outfits on the table. I don't know what that snake charmer is thinking. Is he trying to get revenge? Yes. If he wanted revenge, he wouldn't have resorted to this method. After all, he's a vampire noble who has lived for a long time. Kotori said nonchalantly. She glanced at Wu Yen with an amused look. Speaking of which, you benefited a lot when you were invited to the banquet last time. Maybe this time, some vampire noble's daughter will come out and make a shocking declaration. Wu Yen giggled, and he changed the subject by pointing at the dress on the table. Speaking of which, this is really unfair. Why is it that Gu Cheng and Ji Zhua's dresses are delivered to our doorstep, while ours have to be specially prepared? Yes. Of the four suits on the table, two of them were mailed to Koju's house for him to attend the banquet. It was said that the Lion King organization had prepared them. On the other hand, Wu Yen has nothing to do with the Lion King organization. They probably don't even know if he exists, let alone help him prepare the formal attire. Wu Yen asked Natsuki to prepare the suits for him. If you don't want to go. In that case, just don't go. Kotori spun the jewel in her mouth and said, nothing good will come out of this party. Just don't go. You're right. Wu Yen tapped the table and sighed. But it's still better to go. More or less, we should figure out the other party's purpose, is that so? Well, I don't care anyway. Don't talk like you don't have anything to do with it. Wu Yen picked up a suit and stuffed it into Kotori's arms. You're coming too. Huh. Kotori hugged the suit. Why do I have to go too? Is there a way? She pointed at the letter that was crushed to pieces. Wu Yen said, they want me to bring a dance partner. I see. Kotori was enlightened. She looked at Yukaina and Koju, who were both embarrassed and angry. Then I can roughly guess why the two of them are like this. Koju lowered his shoulders and pulled a long face. Why am I so unlucky? Wasn't it just because he accidentally saw Ji Mo's measurements on her dress? I can't help it. Senpai. Yukaina clenched her fist and smacked him on the head. Forget what you saw. Yes. Is it really okay? Nagisa, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. The other party is a noble vampire from the warlord realm, right? Why did Kojo-kun, Yukina-chan, and Kotori-chan have to go? Won't it be dangerous? Well. Well. Wu Yen smiled bitterly and said to Nagisa, Kotori is going as my dance partner and the other party is a noble. It's going to be a big event, so it's necessary to bring a subordinate. I don't know many people in Itagami Island, so I can only ask Koju for help. Jijua is Koju's dance partner. Yes. Nagisa, you see, if Wuyen-sensei goes alone, won't he be at a disadvantage? Koju wasn't happy about being treated as a subordinate, but he didn't want to expose his identity. He had no choice but to swallow his pride. If I don't help sensei, he'll be too pitiful. But Nagisa didn't feel at ease. Her face was full of worry. If there's any danger. Nagisa. Koju didn't know what to say. He knew that Nagisa had developed a phobia towards demons after almost dying from their ambush. Demons were a synonym for danger and disaster in her heart. It was normal for her to be worried about them. From this perspective, Nagisa's acceptance of Wu Yan's existence is inconceivable. The atmosphere became heavy. Wu Yan looked at everyone and shook his head with a bitter smile. He reached out and patted Nagisa's head. Don't worry. Wu Yan smiled warmly at Nagisa, who was stunned by his action. Sensei promises you that nothing will happen to anyone. Trust me. Nagisa blinked and looked at Wu Yan's gentle smile. She blushed and lowered her head. However, the worry on her face dissipated. You can't lie to me. Wu Yan chuckled when he heard Nagisa's soft mumbling. Koju and the others relaxed as well. It seems like they didn't want to worry Nagisa too much. Speaking of which, Nagisa, did you notice? Wu Yan smiled happily as he patted Nagisa's head. You don't resist my touch anymore. Hearing this, everyone at the scene came to their senses. Really? Nagisa stared blankly at Wu Yan's hand on her head. Her face lit up and she placed a hand on her chest. Her face was filled with joy. My heart is beating fast, but I'm not afraid at all. Does this mean that Nagisa's fear of demons has been cured? Koju's eyes lit up when he heard Yukina's words. I don't know. Nagisa was confused. Kotori suggested. Why don't we let Nagisa try to interact with other demons? As soon as Kotori said this, Nagisa's face paled as if she had seen something terrifying. She shook her head furiously. No. Absolutely not. Why? Koju clutched his chest as if he was hurt. Nagisa didn't know why and said something that hurt him even more. I don't know why, but I don't want to. Such a strong reaction. Kotori frowned and sighed. It seems Nagisa can only accept one demon. Kotori narrowed her eyes and glanced at Wu Yan. You're still the same. Only in front of girls can you show off your incredible power. Aha. Wu Yan chuckled dryly. He didn't know what to say. He messed up Nagisa's hair to vent his frustrations. Nagisa started grumbling in response. It's about time to go, right? Koju forced a smile when he saw how intimate the two were. Apart from Nagisa, 3 pairs of eyes turned to Koju at the same time. Pervert! Pervert! Shut the hell up! Koju exploded. Itagami Island Harbor. With spotlights on, a large yacht as gorgeous as a palace floated on the shallow water near the ground. Waves would hit it from time to time, but it did not affect the yacht at all. Although it was floating on the sea, the yacht was very stable, making people feel inexplicably uneasy. This is the banquet venue? Koju's expression became uneasy as he sighed in disgust. I feel so uneasy. Normally it would. Wu Yan shook his head. No matter how luxurious it is, the name, Poseidon's tomb, gives people the impression that it will sink sooner or later. Kotori, Yukina, and Koju nodded. They were speechless. Wu Yan and Koju are wearing black suits. Under the influence of the night, they looked like aristocrats. Kotori is wearing a pink gown that exposed her smooth shoulders. Yukina is wearing an eye-catching outfit that exposed her chest and above. Yukina is wearing an eye-catching outfit with her chest exposed. The two beautiful girls were completely exposed from their shoulders to their backs. Their skirts only covered the base of their thighs. Their snow-white and slender thighs were not covered in the slightest. The thin fabric completely revealed the two girls' slender bodies. It was both sexy and beautiful. Anyone who saw this scene wouldn't think that they were only 14 or 15 years old. Even Koju was dumbfounded. "Senpai." Yukaina narrowed her eyes and looked at Koju cautiously. "Please don't look at me with that perverted gaze." "I'm not," Koju retorted. The other three were speechless. "He's used to it." Chapter 9:16. The deck was bathed in the darkness of the night. The dazzling lights dispelled the darkness. This place was very spacious. Not only was there enough space for about 100 guests to move freely without hindrance, there was even a swimming pool in the middle. Tables were scattered around, and delicious dishes and colorful wines were placed on the tables. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the food entered the mouths of everyone present. Wu Yen, Kotori, Yukaina, and Koju were standing at the entrance. Wu Yen looked at the deck and scanned the deck. "Then, where are the vampire nobles in the Battle Monarch's domain?" Koju said impatiently. As an ordinary high school student, he had never experienced such a situation. He would rather go home and watch TV than attend a social meeting. Yukaina is in a similar situation. Even though she pretends to be calm, she's only 14 or 15 years old. Before coming to Aidogami Island, she lived in the Lion King organization and was still a little girl. Because of this, Yukaina looks much younger than Kotori. After all, Kotori is the commander of Ratatosker and has seen her fair share of big events. "You're invited, but you still have to look for the master?" It was rare for Kotori to not have a single pearl in her mouth. It was unknown whether she was annoyed or impatient. "Damn it. There's nothing worse than this." Wu Yen mocked Kotori. "That snake charmer. These guests are probably invited by him to fill up the atmosphere." Kotori turned around and said to Wu Yen, "Didn't you just meet him yesterday? Why do you look like you know him well?" "If a fight counts as knowing him, then yes." Wu Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest. "It's just a feeling. I don't know him well. Don't mind it. Anyway, let's get this over with." Koju's annoyance turned into annoyance. "I can't stand staying here any longer. That Vatler something. Where is this place?" "Let's go up." Looking up, Wu Yen looked at the top of the yacht. "That's the only place I can think of." Observing the ordinary people here from a high vantage point as expected of a noble. With that, Wu Yen didn't stay any longer. He headed to the top deck with Kotori, Yukaina, and Koju following behind him. It was different from the lively banquet below. There were no lights on the top deck, nor were there any luxurious food or wine. It was just a cold deck. This was where Wu Yen and Vatler had clashed last night. Although the battle had only happened last night, it was still too late. However, the broken deck had been completely repaired, and it was impossible to tell that this place was still in a dilapidated state yesterday. Looking around, there was no one around, and the sounds of the banquet below could not reach here. Only the sound of waves could be heard. "Where is he?" She looked around at the empty space around her. Koju and Yukaina were at a loss. Wu Yen and Kotori looked in the same direction. An imperceptible light flashed in their eyes. "Let's end our game of hide and seek here, Vatler." Wu Yen closed his eyes, his voice echoed clearly. "Unlike you who is bored to death, I have a lot of things that I need to do. As cold as ever, Yen." Just as Wu Yen finished his sentence, a series of light footsteps could be heard coming from the dark corners of the deck, drawing everyone's attention as they got closer and closer. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a beautiful young man in a pure white Western-style suit appeared in front of the crowd. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and his blue eyes were wide open. Vatler looked at Wu Yen with a mischievous grin. Then, he turned to Koju with a bright glint in his eyes. He placed his hand in front of his chest and he bowed like a noble. "Nice to meet you, Koju no Yebwa of Yenguang, my favorite fourth primogenita." Koju's expression froze. He looked at Vattler, who was smiling at him. He shuddered and took a step back out of reflex. Favorite? Kodari and Yukaina raised an eyebrow. They looked at Koju with a meaningful gaze. Yukina's expression changed completely. She looked at Koju as a pervert before, but now she looked at him as a pervert. Senpai, I didn't know your perversion wasn't limited to gender. Stop imagining things. Koju's hair stood on end as he yelled at the top of his lungs. It's just that guy talking to himself. No, Koju, you're wrong. Vattler closed one eye and gave Koju a flying kiss. I came here to find you. Kodari and Yukaina moved away from Koju. Even Wu Yen couldn't stand it and turned around. Koju's veins popped out. He said something that shocked everyone. My sexual orientation is normal. I don't like men. I like men. I'm a big sister. Akatsuki. Koju's roar reverberated in the air. Wu Yen, Kodari, and Yukaina were all stunned. They couldn't react in time. Vattler was the only one who guffawed. So you like that type of woman, Koju? No problem, I don't mind. Mind my ass. Who needs your attention? Koju seemed to be completely broken. He pointed at Vattler and continued to shout. Don't cause me unnecessary trouble, bastard. Unfortunately, Koju's argument only made Vattler laugh. It seems like he's right. Wu Yen, Kodari, and Yukaina moved further away from him. You. As expected, Koju. Yukaina is the most dangerous thing to do. Suddenly, a sharp, steady, and sweet voice rang out beside Vattler. The voice contained traces of hatred. Then, a figure flashed out and stood in front of Vattler. It was a young girl. She had long, dark chestnut hair tied into a ponytail. She had a beautiful face, snow-white skin, and a slender figure that matched the cheongsam she was wearing. However, her height was not ordinary. She was at least 1.7 meters, and she looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. At this age, having such a height was considered quite tall. It's you. Yukaina was shocked when she saw the girl. Sayaka. The moment Yukina's voice fell, the girl called Sayaka's beautiful face lit up as if she had seen something beautiful. Her face bloomed with a bright smile, and the hatred in her eyes when she looked at Koju turned into love. Yukaina! She cheered like a child, jumped up, and hugged Yukaina. Her long ponytail swayed like a tail. Anyone could see that she was in a good mood. Long time no see. Yukaina. Ah, yes. Yukaina seemed to have only just reacted. She responded to Shayawa's call. Shayawa hugged her neck tightly, causing her to feel a little pain. However, compared to this, there was more joy on her face. Is she Jishua's friend? Koju blinked and asked in confusion. Yes, senpai, Sayaka is my childhood friend. Yukaina struggled to break free from Sayaka's embrace and said to Koju. I didn't know you were that close. Vattler raised an eyebrow and looked at Koju. Then Gu Cheng, let's have a good time together. Love each other my ass. Get away from me. Wu Yen and Kodari were speechless when they saw Yukaina and Sayaka hugging each other and Vattler approaching Koju. Both sides are the same. Kodari stated the truth. No matter which side it is, they both have sexual orientation issues. Of course not. Akatsuki. Koju and Yukina's roars echoed from the shore. Chapter 9:17. Vattler. Wu Yen sighed when he saw the situation getting worse. He finally opened his mouth to speak. Let's make it clear here. Why did you invite us here? Wu Yan's words made Gu Cheng and the others stop what they were doing. The rowdy atmosphere started to turn serious. Vattler chuckled and closed his eyes. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, and the flirtatious aura around him changed, becoming sharp and incisive. This was how the real Vattler should be. Koju and Yukaina sensed the change in Vattler's aura. They came to Wu Yan's side and the four of them stood in a line facing Vattler. They looked like they were ready to attack at any moment. Don't make such a scary face. Vattler shrugged when he saw Koju and Yukina's tense faces. He tried to lighten the atmosphere. As the ambassador of the warlord's domain, I should pay a visit to the fourth primogenitor's territory, no? I told you, don't act on your own. Koju clenched his fists. I've never said that I'm going to occupy this island. But according to legend, the world's strongest vampire is on this island. Vatler's tone changed when he mentioned the strongest vampire in the world. It's like he's excited. At least the fourth primogenitor is here. In other people's eyes, this island is the fourth primogenitor's territory, including the people on this island. Koju paused. Wu Yen guessed correctly. Unlike the other three primogenitors who ruled over an entire empire and a large number of vampires, the fourth primogenitor had never led a vampire compatriot or ruled over a territory. Instead, he had 12 disaster-like familiars. He brings fear and darkness to people. However, a true ancestor was a true ancestor after all. They were at the peak of the vampires and had the highest level of fighting power in the world. They were regarded by the world as having the same fighting power as a country, and they had such strength in this world. Ruling over a territory is a piece of cake for them. They have the right to create an empire. The other three primogenitors created their own empires. Koju, as the fourth primogenitor, is considered to be a primogenitor who wants to rule over a territory. Koju lives in Aidogami City. It's understandable that people would think of Aidogami City as Koju's territory. Vatler looked at Koju's frozen expression and raised his head in delight. Then, he looked at Wu Yen with an even more joyful expression. An uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. To the world, this is the territory of the fourth primogenitor because the fourth primogenitor lives here. But Vatler clutched his head as he stared at the expressionless Wu Yen. He started laughing. If people know of your existence, won't this knowledge be preserved? Other than Wu Yen and Kotori, Koju, Yukaina, and Sayaka frowned. What does that mean? Gu Qing couldn't help but ask. Vatler looked at Gu Qing in surprise. Gu Qing, don't tell me you don't know what kind of existence this person beside you is? Sensei? Koju subconsciously looked at Wu Yen. Yukaina and Sayaka did the same. Koju and Yukaina have been wondering about Wu Yan's identity for a long time now. Despite being only 26 years old, he possessed unimaginable power. Not only could he casually challenge the vampire nobleman to a fight, but he could also defeat the Lion's Gold, the fourth primogenitor's familiar, without even summoning his familiar. Even if the Lion's Gold's power isn't complete, how can a 26-year-old vampire defeat it in one hit without summoning his familiar? The answer was obvious even if one used their knees to think. However, Wu Yen didn't explain and Koju and Yukaina didn't ask. Plus, Wu Yen gave them a good impression. He doesn't look like a bad guy or an enemy, so they didn't probe further. Koju and Yukaina didn't have the opportunity to know Wu Yan's identity, so they reacted when Vatler brought it up. Vatler saw their reactions and knew the answer he wanted to know. Unfortunately, he didn't give them an answer. If that's the case, Koju, you'd better be careful, Vatler said with a wicked smile. He didn't want to give up until he was shocked to death. The person beside you might be even more terrifying than the strongest vampire in this world. Koju and Yukina's expressions froze. Their eyes widened as they looked at Wu Yen with disbelief. Glancing at the two of them, Wu Yen shook his head and sighed. Is that all you want to say? Vatler. Oh? Are you angry? Vatler pretended to take a step back, but his face was full of smiles. No matter what, I'm just a diplomat. A noble coming to a man-made island to be a diplomat? Kotori suddenly interrupted Vatler. Compared to Aidogami City, the first primogenitor's Empire of Darkness should have some territories that are more valuable than Aidogami City, right? Even if it's a diplomatic mission, there's no need to send a direct descendant unless there's no one left in Warlord's territory. Vatler opened his eyes and looked at Kotori in surprise. It was as if he hadn't noticed her existence until now. You are? Me? Kotori raised her head with a wicked smile on her face. I might be even more terrifying than the two vampires you're worried about. That's interesting. Vatler froze for a moment before laughing. Since this terrifying existence has already said so much, It would be a form of sophistry if I continue to hide it. Vatler walked to the railing and looked out at the ocean. Christoph Kardashian? Christoph Kardashian. Coterie, Koju, and Yukaina were stunned when Vatler mentioned the name. Wu Yen, on the other hand, understood what happened after Vatler spoke. Vatler. Wu Yen took a deep look at Vatler. Your goal is the ancient weapon in the Black Death Emperor faction's possession, the Nalicuvula, right? Black Death Emperor faction? Koju exclaimed. Nalicuvula? Yukaina furrowed her brows. You already know that much? Vatler smiled, his eyes suddenly burning with passion. That's right. It's a weapon from the Age of Gods that destroyed countless civilizations. I heard it has the power to kill a primogenite. I'm very interested in that power. Could it be? Yukaina gasped as she thought of something. You're doing this for, that's how it is. Vatler finally laughed out loud without holding back. Isn't it interesting to fight with a primogeniture-killing weapon? Stop joking. Koju roared. That Nalicuvula has the power to kill primogenitors? It must be very dangerous. What will happen to the island if you fight? The familiars of the old generation vampires were not to be trifled with. Any one of them could easily raise a small village to the ground. Koju didn't know what level of vampire Vatler is, but if he's a noble in the warlord's territory, he's no weaker than an old generation vampire. If he unleashes his vassal beasts to fight that terrifying weapon in Aidogami City, it wouldn't be strange if the entire island was destroyed. That's why I'm here, Koju. Vatler used a tone that could pierce through Koju's heart. I'm here to greet you in case you don't forgive my rudeness. You bastard. Koju was furious. He wanted to do something, but Wu Yen grabbed his shoulder and smiled. If you can do it, then give it a try. Wu Yen said with an indifferent smile. The smile on Vatler's face froze for a moment, but it quickly reappeared. Coterie and Koju stared at each other in silence. Koju and Yukaina opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something. But in the end, they didn't say anything and remained silent. Chapter 9:18. Aitagami Island, Southern Residential Area. On the way home, the full view of the apartment appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, no one present reacted to it. As they walked into the apartment, they remained silent, as if they were thinking about something. This scene had been going on ever since Vatler got off the yacht. Aside from Coterie, Wu Yen, Yukaina, and Koju had heavy expressions on their faces. To be more precise, Yukaina and Koju had heavy expressions on their faces. Wu Yen muttered to himself. His wine-red eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. It's clear that he's lost in his thoughts. The four of them entered the elevator in silence. Their bodies rose along with the elevator. When they were about to reach their destination, Yukaina couldn't help but ask Wu Yen in a worried tone. Sensei, is it really okay? The silence was broken. Coterie and Koju looked at Wu Yen. Wu Yen snapped out of his daze, but he didn't hear what Yukaina said. What did you say? Sensei. Yukaina looked at Wu Yen with an accusatory gaze and sighed. I say, is it really okay to just leave it be like this? Duke Rudiaro's goal is to protect Aitagami Island. It's dangerous. Yeah. Koju, who had been holding back, finally lost his temper. If that Vatler guy really does fight with that Nalicuvula thing, he'll be the first to die. Then what should this island and the people on this island do? You guys. Wu Yen shook his head and patted Yukaina's head. Aren't you guys being a little too worried? Too worried? Yukaina and Koju froze. Isn't that right? Wu Yen smiled. Then let's take a step back. Even if we don't leave Vatler alone, what can you guys do? We can arrest Christopher Garza first. Capture Gardos. Yukaina said without hesitation. If that's the case, Duke Rudiaro won't have a reason to start a war, right? You can think of it. Can't the others think of it as well? Wu Yen pursed his lips and he told Yukaina. He's still the leader of a terrorist organization. If he's that easy to capture, we wouldn't be having such a headache. But that's enough. Wu Yen interrupted her and he rubbed her head. Don't underestimate Itagami Island. One of you is the fourth primogenitor and the other is a sword shaman from Lion Organization. But there are plenty of capable people in Itagami Island. You're just students. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone stronger to hold it up. At least I'll be here. Vatler won't go too far. Smiling warmly, Wu Yen lowered his voice. His tone gave Yukaina and Koju an indescribable sense of security. You guys just have to live your own lives. If there's really something I need your help with, I'll give it to you. If you really need help, I won't hold back. So don't overthink it. Hearing this, Yukaina and Koju looked at each other. Their emotions calmed down a little, and a smile appeared on their faces. Both of them are people with a strong sense of justice, but like Wu Yen said, they're still students. They haven't even reached adulthood yet. It's not right for them to shoulder the responsibility of saving the demon race. Even if their identities were extraordinary, abilities were just abilities, right? Wu Yan's words gave them a sense of security. I understand, Sensei. Yukaina nodded solemnly. If you need our help, please don't hesitate. Wu Yen smiled. Even if it's free labor, I won't let it go. How direct. Koju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Wu Yen and he hesitated for a bit before asking. By the way, Wu Yen sensei, Vatler said you're more terrifying than the fourth primogenitor. What did he mean by that? Yes, sensei. Yukaina hesitated, but she still asked anyway. You, who are you? You believe Vatler's words? Wu Yen scratched his face and glanced at Koju. If he's talking about the fully awakened fourth primogenitor, you wouldn't believe me if I said I'm on par with him. Is it strange if I say the fourth primogenitor is more terrifying than him? Koju was speechless. Yukaina sensed that something is wrong, but she didn't know how to ask. She looked like she's in a dilemma. Wu Yen found it funny when he saw her like this. He rubbed Yukina's head and started rubbing her head. Don't think too much about it. Go home and rest. I know. Don't mess up my hair. Yukaina covered her head in embarrassment. Wu Yen rubbed her head even harder. Kotori looked helpless. Wu Yen and Yukaina didn't notice that while they were having fun, the camera in the elevator was recording their every move. It wasn't just recorded in the control room, it was also recorded in the mind of a girl with a ponytail sitting on the top floor of a building not far away from them. Gritting her teeth, the girl looked at the image in her mind, and a trace of hatred came out of her mouth. How dare he rub my Yukina's head like that? None of the vampires around Yukaina are good people. The next day, the sun shone brightly. That vampire noble really didn't do anything to you? Didn't he suck your blood? I heard vampires have an urge to suck blood because of that. That Vatler guy, did he do anything strange to you? Wu Yen and Yukaina were sweating profusely as Nagisa interrogated them. They looked at her serious and curious eyes. They couldn't bear to push her away. They shook their heads helplessly and smiled bitterly. He really didn't do anything. Wu Yen pushed Nagisa's body away. He looked like he was catching his breath. Plus, that urge is only for the opposite sex, right? You should ask Yukaina about that. Sensei. Yukaina panicked when she saw that Wu Yen was trying to get her into trouble. Duca Rudiaro wouldn't be interested in me. Even if he was, it would be for senpai. Koju-kun. Nagisa panicked. Koju-kun is interested in men. Tivet. Yukaina awkwardly giggled and she looked at Wu Yen with a pleading look. Wu Yen rolled his eyes and he snickered. We don't know, but Vatler is very interested in the ancient city. As for the ancient city, Wu Yen purposely dragged out his words as if there's something he can't say. Nagisa's mind was in a mess when she heard this. I didn't expect Koju-kun to have that kind of interest. Nagisa clenched her fists and shouted. Nagisa has to ask him when we get back home. Wu Yen and Yukaina reflexively took a step back. They gulped and crossed themselves as they prayed for Koju's safety. Hopefully he would be able to hold on under Nagisa's relentless interrogation. At the same time, A large vehicle that could fit many people was parked at the gate of Kaihai Academy. In the car, a man in military uniform with a dignified appearance who looked a little old, but his thin eyes were full of light, rolled down the window and looked at the buildings in Kaihai Academy. He turned around and looked at the two hairy orcs behind him. The Witch of the Void, Natsuki Minamiya, should be at our base by now. The only one who can threaten us in this academy is that vampire called Wu Yen. You two, hold him back while I bring the one who can decipher the tablet. This. The two beastmen looked at each other. Is this okay? Won't we be discovered? If I don't transform, I'll look like an old visitor. I won't be discovered. Go ahead and buy me as much time as you can. Yes, sir. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.